Chapter 894. Due to the weight of the steel rod, Lei Xingfeng's full strength, and the countless electric arcs on the steel rod, it instantly hit the chin of the real body, causing Moya's huge head to shake violently. Lei Xingfeng took a step forward and arrived behind Moya's real body. He suddenly struck back with his elbow, and the tip of his huge elbow hit Moya's back. All the cultivators were dumbfounded as they watched Lei Xingfeng continuously hit Moya. If it wasn't for the huge difference in their levels, Moya would have been beaten down by Lei Xingfeng. Even so, Moya was still stunned. He only felt that there were fists and steel rods everywhere, and there was nowhere to hide. Lei Xingfeng was using techniques to fight. Moya was not only screaming from being hit, but Lei Xingfeng was also getting more and more scared. The reason why he was scared was because he realized that no matter how he attacked, no matter what method he used, he couldn't shake the other party's real body. In other words, no matter how he hit, he couldn't hurt the other party. The real body and the main body were two completely different concepts. Although it had a nose, eyes, a body, and 4 limbs, and was no different from an enlarged main body, the real body was made of energy and controlled by the seal. Its power increased as the seal increased. Therefore, when the real body was attacked, unless the seal collapsed and caused the seal to collapse, then the real body would collapse. As long as the seal could withstand, the main body would be fine, and the real body wouldn't feel any pain. However, when the real body was attacked by a huge force, it would cause the seal to react, and it would also cause the seal to react. When it reached a certain level of strength, the seal would start to grow and strengthen the real body. Therefore, when the real body fought, if the difference in their levels wasn't much, it would be a kind of stimulation, stimulating the real body to become stronger. Don't look at how Ai Yao was screaming from Xianfeng's beating. He wasn't injured at all, he was just extremely sad and unhappy, shouting loudly, "Little brat, you're dead, I'm going to kill you." "Ah," Lei Xingfeng shouted, "are you willing to be enslaved by him? So what if he has 6 rings? Can't we beat him to death if we attack him together?" As he shouted, his hands didn't stop attacking. Xianfeng knew that as long as the opponent recovered, he would be the one to suffer, which was why he tried his best to encourage everyone to attack together. Yan Wu hesitated for a moment. He didn't want to mine for this guy. If he wanted to mine, he wanted to mine for himself. These 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ring experts all had their eyes on their forehead. They were all very arrogant and hated Ai Yao to begin with. When they heard Lei Xingfeng's encouragement, a trace of struggle appeared on their faces. Lei Xingfeng struck out 3 times in a row, punching, elbowing, and kicking Moya Yao to the point that she couldn't even fight back. The others were tempted. Ai Yao shouted, "Bastard, I'm going to kill all of you!" He must have lost his mind. He was still threatening them at this moment. Yan Wu said, "Motherf ****, let's attack together." He was going all out. Generally speaking, cultivators with 2 or more true ring bodies would rarely fight to the death with other human cultivators. Everyone knew this, but when it came to life and death, they couldn't care less. A group of people took out their weapons and began to surround Ai Yao. Even though Ai Yao had 6 true ring bodies, seeing so many people surround him, he started to feel guilty. Fighting in a group was the most dangerous. Once it happened, he wouldn't have a chance to attack. He shouted fiercely, "What are you trying to do? Do you want to die?" Yan Wu didn't hesitate and shouted, "Attack!" Ai Yao was continuously attacked by Lei Xingfeng. Although his true body could block it, he couldn't move freely. Every attack would shock him and make him unable to move. As soon as he moved, the next attack would come. Lei Xingfeng's attacks were like a storm, making Ai Yao run for his life. When the others came up together and attacked crazily, Ai Yao was basically unable to withstand it. Even so, there was no problem with his true body. Under the storm of attacks from the others, although he couldn't fight back, his true body wasn't broken either. However, no one could withstand such an attack. Even Ai Yao, a 6th ring sage, felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, His energy consumption was rapidly increasing. If this continued, he would really be exhausted to death by this group of people. Boom! Boom! Forcefully throwing out 2 punches and forcing the 2 of them back, Mo Yao shamelessly escaped. Even if everyone resisted, he couldn't do anything about it, just like how he had only forced everyone to dig for a few days. He was afraid of angering everyone. However, Xianfeng's resistance caused everyone to gather their courage, leaving Mo Yao with no other choice. Ai Yao ran all the way and broke out of the encirclement. However, he didn't turn back to continue fighting. Instead, he ran away. He didn't want to continue fighting. He could also force others to work for him elsewhere. Everyone was stunned as they watched Ai Yao escape. Moments later, there was a burst of cheers. Lei Xingfeng was secretly relieved. Finally, he didn't have to escape to the mirror realm. This person was too strong. He couldn't beat him at all. In terms of fighting skills, Lei Xingfeng was far ahead of him. However, in terms of strength, he was far ahead of Lei Xingfeng. The two were really incomparable. There was a large amount of ore here. Everyone said a few words and scattered to mine for themselves. Lei Xingfeng also found a mine and quickly dug. He used his true body to dig. His huge palm was like a large excavator. He dug into the ground and lifted up the soil, revealing the energy ore below. As expected, the ore here was different from other places. Sparkling and translucent, completely crystallized ores that could be directly used. Its quality was actually comparable to top-quality stalagmites. Some were even better, causing Xianfeng to be extremely happy. Lei Xingfeng was very experienced in mining. Moreover, he had the mirror realm behind him. He never had to worry about his hidden Luan space not being enough. At Lei Xingfeng's current realm, Lei Yin also had a huge amount of space. This was also thanks to Little Sky. Most of the energy crystals were collected by Lei Yin. This was thanks to Little Sky. Some entered the hidden Luan space. Lei Xingfeng directly moved some of the energy crystals into the mirror realm. Hole after hole was dug. The group of people gradually spread out. They didn't know that Xianfeng was able to accurately find the ore every time he dug a hole, while the others didn't have this ability. They knew that there were a lot of ores here, so by digging, they would always be able to find a spot. However, compared to Lei Xingfeng's efficiency, the difference between the two was too big. Lei Xingfeng continued to dig a few large holes. He collected the best energy crystals and threw the rest into the mirror realm. Wu Yang and the others discovered that a large amount of energy crystals had suddenly appeared in the warehouse. The entire secret sect was in an uproar. They knew that Lei Xingfeng had started to dig. However, they were also puzzled. Why didn't Lei Xingfeng summon them to dig? Lei Xingfeng obviously didn't dare to summon them to dig. Anyone here could sweep through the secret sect. Those who hadn't reached the second ring true body couldn't be allowed to dig at all. That would be courting death. With enough energy to Xianfeng, it meant that there was hope for the fourth lightning stamp to be overlaid. The most important thing about stacking seals was having enough energy. Lei Xingfeng hadn't completely solved this problem. Every time he stacked seals, he would use up almost all of his energy. This was why he couldn't do it even though he knew the secret of stacking seals. This excavation was very important to him. It meant that he had found a sufficient energy base. He could also use the mirror realm to come here and dig at any time. This land was filled with specks of light. They were all ore spots. As long as Lei Xingfeng dug, he could get a large amount of energy crystals. This gave him the motivation to stack Lei Yin again. After seeing the might of a sixth ring true body, Lei Xingfeng felt that his strength was far from enough. Ai Yao's true body had left a deep impression on him. After digging for about 10 days, there was no one left. Lei Xingfeng returned to the mirror realm. The courtyard was full of people. Wu Yang, Guqi, Thunderstorm, Gao Yi, and Feng Qinzong were all in the wooden shed in the courtyard. There were also many people standing in the courtyard. Lei Xingfeng popped out. Why are there so many people? Wu Yang waved. A Feng, come sit. Lei Xingfeng came to the wooden shed. He took out a chair and sat down. He stretched. So tired, so tired. Gucci said, where did you mine this time? I actually got so many top-grade energy crystals. I tried to use some and the effect was surprisingly good. Wu Yang also said, yeah, it's even better than stalagmites. Gao Yi said, I tried it too. This effect, TSK, it's the first time I've seen it. It's amazing. Lei Xingfeng took out a page of the Star Python record. Last time, I told you the secret to reaching the second ring true body. This is my record. Ancestor, take a look. We're too weak. I hope that someone who has reached the second ring true body will be able to help me. Wu Yang took the Star Python record. Don't worry. As long as we reach the monarch rank, I'll show it to everyone. Lei Xingfeng said, everyone needs to hurry up and cultivate. The conditions here are excellent. Also, we need to find a suitable place to build a base. Wu Yang said, there's no need to worry about that. Most of the continents here are suitable. We just need to find a secret place. It's best if it's somewhere the people here don't go. Thunderstorm said, actually, we already have some choices. We're just waiting for you to make the decision. Lei Xingfeng said, I don't need to make the decision. If you think it's good, then start. I'll go and set up the restrictions. You can start by setting up some simple restrictions to block the ordinary beasts and prevent them from hurting our people. Lei Xingfeng gave out the Star Python record, which also meant that he gave out the stacking seals. Hence, he took out the various seals he had collected and distributed them to the upper echelons of the hidden sect. Of course, this included the old man Thunderstorm. He had once obtained a Lei Yin. It wasn't the pagoda-shaped 7-story Lei Yin, but another Lei Yin. Chapter 895. Lei Xingfeng had already modified the Lei Yin that was given to Old Man Thunderstorm. He removed a large amount of restrictions from the Lei Yin so that it would be easier for Old Man Thunderstorm to stack. Of course, Old Man Thunderstorm couldn't stack Lei Yin's cultivation for now, but Lei Xingfeng believed that in this place with abundant resources, Old Man Thunderstorm would definitely be able to achieve 2 true ring bodies. Wu Yang and the others also received the seals they needed. With the seals, they could save a lot of materials and energy for their future cultivation. Lei Xingfeng believed that sooner or later, the hidden sect would give birth to a few powerful experts. This way, he wouldn't have to struggle bitterly. Lei Xingfeng said, I think it will take a long time to mine the energy ores outside. I'll put the excess into the Mirror Realm's warehouse. Wu Yang said, okay, try to collect as much as possible. We've been using a lot of energy recently, and I'm still worried about where to find the energy ores. Gucci also said, yeah, collect as much energy as possible. Afong, we can't go out now, so we can't help you. We'll have to trouble you. Lei Xingfeng laughed. It's not hard at all. If we used our real body to mine, it would be really hard. If we used our real body to mine, it wouldn't be a problem at all. We'll just use a bit of energy. Hee, that place is a large energy mine. Lei Yin can just absorb some of it. Thunderstorm sighed. The entire hidden sect is supported by a Feng. Wu Yang and Gucci blushed a little, but they were thick-skinned and quickly regained their composure. Lei Xingfeng, on the other hand, was thinking about the huge tree. The tree wasn't attractive to him, but he knew that it would be very attractive to Xian Yao. Lei Xingfeng said, Little sister. Xian Yao sat quietly on the side. She said, Brother, what's the matter? Lei Xingfeng smiled. Little sister, I saw a tree. Xian Yao laughed and said, A tree? Is it strange? Everyone laughed. Lei Xingfeng said, If there is a giant tree that occupies an area of more than 10 square kilometers, and it is surrounded by restrictions, and the tree can command the restrictions at any time, do you think it is very ordinary? Xian Yao's eyes lit up. She said, Where? Take me there. Lei Xingfeng said, I can't take you there for the time being. It's too dangerous. You have to at least have 2 true ring bodies before I can take you there. Don't worry, that tree won't run away. Lei Xian Yao nodded. Even if she was anxious, she wouldn't force it. She said, "Okay, I'll level up soon." She immediately left to train. Thunderstorm shook his head and said, Feng Yao Yao has been training too hard recently. I'm afraid she won't be able to speed up. Lei Xingfeng smiled. Don't worry, she has Shaoling. She's much stronger than the others. In the hidden sect, Xian Yao's battle power might not be comparable to the other higher-ups, but her rank was second only to Lei Xingfeng. When Lei Xingfeng wasn't here, she was the highest-ranked practitioner. In the hidden sect, no one could train faster than Xian Yao. Of course, other than Lei Xingfeng, this was the benefit of having Lei Xingfeng as her brother. He had unlimited resources. As long as Xian Yao needed materials and energy, Lei Xingfeng would provide it. Wu Yang said, "These are the training methods that some disciples received after joining some sections." He handed a page of the Star Python record to Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng said, "So fast? Okay, let me see." He quickly skimmed through it. They were all beginner-level technique. There were a few intermediate-level techniques, but they had very clear characteristics. They were very fast but required a lot of resources. It was completely different from the techniques that were passed down in his hometown. In the past, resources were used very sparingly. They even found a lot of substitute materials. But here, it was simple and clear. It was quite domineering to cultivate. Not only was the speed fast, but the effects were also good. The only requirement was that there were enough resources. Without resources, this technique would be a joke. Lei Xingfeng said, "In the future, the people in the hidden sect will cultivate according to this method. I believe it won't be difficult to solve the problem of resources here." Wu Yang said, "Yes, I've already sent a group of disciples to infiltrate various small and medium sections. The resources they provide for their disciples are actually more than the hidden sect." Lei Xingfeng clapped and laughed. "Good, borrowing the chicken to hatch the egg. This will reduce our burden." Wu Yang said, "Indeed, borrowing the chicken to hatch the egg. But we'll have a lot less people building the base." Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Then there's no need to rush. In any case, we won't be moving this time." Gucci said, "Yes, I have the same plan. I don't want to move anymore. If it weren't for the Mirror Realm, this wouldn't have happened at all. I didn't expect the hidden sect to be wandering around for so long." Everyone expressed their agreement. Especially when Lei Xingfeng had to travel long distances, they had to stay in the Mirror Realm. This was quite uncomfortable. Lei Xingfeng laughed. "We won't be moving this time. We'll have to settle down here for a long time. If there's no accident, we won't be moving again." Wu Yang nodded. "Yes, I must advance to the second ring true body here." Gucci said, "Me too." Thunderstorm said, "Maybe I still have a chance, hee. He originally didn't have any hope, but after extending his life and transforming his body, there was a possibility of advancing again. Especially with Lei Xingfeng's special technique and Lei Yin, Lei Yin was not an unattainable goal for Thunderstorm. As long as he had enough resources, he might be able to reach his goal by spending more. Thunderstorm himself didn't expect that he would be able to climb to such heights in this lifetime. Especially with a suitable technique, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. As long as he could reach the Monarch rank, advancing to the Dao Saint rank would not be a dream. Lei Xingfeng said, "I'll be mining outside. You guys go to the warehouse and sort it out. There will be a large amount of energy crystals going in." Wu Yang said excitedly, "Okay, we'll sort it out. You just have to focus on mining." Gucci also said, "We'll leave the best for you. As for the rest, leave it in the hidden sect for everyone else." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "No problem." Gucci said, "This batch of energy crystals is too important, especially those of such high quality. Even in the local area, it's probably not something that ordinary cultivators can get their hands on. Our hidden sect's cultivators have profited greatly this time. Wu Yang also said, "Yes, yes, it's really important." Lei Xingfeng said, "No problem, I'll try my best to get as much as possible." Everyone chatted and laughed for a while. Lei Xingfeng ate something before leaving. When he returned to his original place, Lei Xingfeng found that there was still no one around. There weren't many people here. After all, only those with 2 true ring bodies could have a chance to survive here. It was normal to not see anyone. After releasing his true body, Lei Xingfeng began to dig. This time, he didn't carefully distinguish between the good and the bad. Instead, he used some of the space's abilities. He could dig a huge hole in one go and put everything inside into the mirror world. Since Lei Xingfeng could see the light emitting from the ore, he didn't waste his energy. Every time he dug, there would be a harvest. Moreover, it was a huge harvest. The ground was already filled with giant pits, and after Xian Feng's destructive mining, it became even more miserable. Everywhere he went, almost all of the places that contained or had been mined by Xian Feng at least once. Wu Yang, Gucci, Thunderstorm, and the others were all stunned. A large number of ores appeared out of thin air. The warehouse couldn't hold them all. They had already extended to the flat ground outside the warehouse. Gucci said, "Good boy." Lei Bao chuckled. Wu Yang said, "Amazing." Lei Xingfeng didn't know that the people in the mirror world were praising him. He was just digging with all his might. The mirror world could use energy here for many years. This was an opportunity he couldn't miss. After continuously digging for 10 days, they had already dug a few dozen kilometers. Xian Feng was rather shocked, as there were too many energy ores here. As he continued, he had also discovered a few other ores, all of which were extremely important and rare. On this day, Lei Xingfeng found another ore. It was also a point-shaped ore. According to him, the ores here were all in nest. Digging a nest would yield a large amount of materials or energy. It was simply a treasure. With a wave of his hand, a hole suddenly appeared in the ground. He was digging more and more. This was a technique brought by the space's restriction. He could dig a huge hole in one go. The ores in the hole would be put into the mirror world. As for how the secret door would deal with it, he didn't care for it for the time being. At this time, he heard a long laugh. Then, a huge figure suddenly appeared. Lei Xingfeng's pupils shrank rapidly. Ai Yao. He didn't expect to meet Ai Yao again. Lei Xingfeng took a step back and was on guard. He stared at Ai Yao. Thoughts of running away quickly ran through his mind. He knew that the gap was too big. There was no way he could fight. Ai Yao laughed and said, "It's really a small world. You don't have any helpers this time, right?" Lei Xingfeng said, "So what if I don't?" Ai Yao said proudly, "Do you think you can fight me alone?" Lei Xingfeng said indifferently, "Do you think you can win for sure?" Ai Yao laughed and said, Of course. Hee, if you have helpers, then it's hard to say. But if you're alone, then you'll lose. Don't look at how strong you are. As long as I keep you occupied, I'll wear you down. Chapter 896. As Moa Yao approached, Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to turn around and run. That would really put him in a passive position. He could only face him head-on. No matter what, he had to face him. Fight. Lei Xingfeng knew that he had to fight even if he didn't want to. There was no room for retreat, especially when this guy suddenly appeared. This was also because Lei Xingfeng was too excited mining and lowered his vigilance. By the time Moa Yao released his true body, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't have time to return to the mirror realm. Lei Xingfeng wanted to return to the mirror realm. If he didn't release Lei Yin and released his true body, he could quickly leave. However, he was using his true body to mine and couldn't withdraw it in time. He also didn't dare to withdraw it. He was very clear that once he withdrew his true body, it would be too easy for the other party to kill him. Lei Xingfeng charged towards Moa Yao. Not only could he not retreat, he had to face him head-on. Moa Yao sneered. It would be difficult to kill Lei Xingfeng if there were other people around. However, Lei Xingfeng was alone. He didn't think it would be difficult to destroy his true body. With a loud bang, the two collided. Lei Xingfeng was forced back 3 steps by the huge impact. Mo Yao's upper body only shook. After all, the difference in level between the two was too great. Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin was too great. No matter how good Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin was, no matter how good his Lei Yin's design was, it couldn't block the impact of a 6th ring true body. Mo Yao was actually quite shocked. Lei Xingfeng's 3rd ring true body could actually clash head-on with him and not be sent flying. This kind of strength was extremely rare even for him. It gave him the feeling that Lei Xingfeng's battle strength surpassed that of a 4th ring true body. Without waiting for Moa Demon to take action, Lei Xingfeng did not dare to delay. He retreated a few steps and once again charged forward. That aura made Moa Demon tremble in fear. He suddenly punched out. Lei Xingfeng wasn't stupid enough to fight him head-on. He dodged to the side, dodged the punch, and bent his elbow. With a bang, the tip of his elbow hit the real Lei Xingfeng's armpit. Lei Xingfeng took a step forward, and a huge steel rod suddenly appeared in his hand. With a backhand, he smashed the rod directly onto Ai Yao's head. In terms of strength, Lei Xingfeng was indeed much weaker, but in terms of combat skills, Lei Xingfeng was much stronger than Moa Yao. The two were not even on the same level. This strike caused Moa Demon to cry out. It wasn't because of pain, but because at this moment, Moa Demon's seal spat out a large amount of energy to support his real body. This strike was so sudden that Moa Demon's real body almost couldn't withstand it. If he didn't have 6 true ring true bodies, this sudden strike might have caused his real body's head to explode. Lei Xingfeng didn't just stop with one strike. After a backhand strike, he turned his body, held the steel rod with both hands, and stabbed forward. Moa Demon cried out in surprise. He turned around and was about to pounce on Lei Xingfeng, but before he could pounce, the steel rod was like a bayonet, directly aimed at his throat. Kill! Lei Xingfeng suddenly roared. Moa Demon had never seen this kind of fighting style before. This roar stunned him. Taking advantage of his stunned state, the steel rod accurately pierced his throat like a bayonet. This was Lei Xingfeng's attacking habit, but he also forgot that the real body was different from the real body. The real body had no weaknesses. In other words, no matter where you hit, the real body's defense would be balanced. Stabbing the throat and stabbing the fist didn't have much difference. Moa Demon was forced back 2 steps by this strike. His eyes were about to turn red. This was too shameful. He came here to teach his opponent a lesson, but he didn't expect to be beaten up again and again. No one would be able to take it, let alone a super expert with 6 true ring true bodies. Moa Demon didn't care. He opened his arms and wanted to hug Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng lowered his body to dodge. Then, he struck his opponent's thick arm with his rod. Lei Xingfeng understood his opponent's thoughts. As long as he hugged him, the two of them wouldn't compete in terms of fighting skills, but in terms of the toughness of the real body. Lei Xingfeng couldn't compare. However, with a weapon, Lei Xingfeng's attacks were much sharper than his fists and legs. After all, using a weapon to attack wouldn't consume the energy of the real body. The energy he used would be used to attack with the steel rod. This way, the burden on him would be much smaller. Moa Demon couldn't adapt to this kind of battle. He had long been used to the local fighting style, which was to meet force with force, relying on the real body to crush the opponent. However, the opponent didn't use this kind of fighting style. This was like a thick and clumsy man against an extremely agile monkey. He would be scratched by the monkey from time to time, but when he wanted to counterattack, he couldn't hit the monkey. No matter how strong Moa Demon's real body was, if he couldn't hit his opponent, then it was useless. The sullen Moa Demon cried out wildly. He was about to go crazy from Lei Xingfeng's torment. If he didn't rely on his powerful real body, then he would have been beaten up by Lei Xingfeng to the point where even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Lei Xingfeng's steel rod was sometimes like a drum, sometimes like a dagger. It smashed, chopped, stabbed, and lashed out. It was like a storm, attacking Moa Demon's real body in places he didn't expect. In fact, Lei Xingfeng was also complaining inwardly. He knew that even though he had the upper hand, he couldn't let his opponent seize this opportunity. As long as his opponent attacked, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Thus, he was even more careful and cautious. He absolutely wouldn't give Moa Demon any chances. During this battle, the restrictions in Lei Yin's body were also undergoing drastic changes. Many restrictions were rapidly forming, but this time, Lei Xingfeng didn't even dare to check them. He focused all his energy on Moa Demon. At this time, he couldn't make any mistakes. If he made a mistake, it would mean that he was finished. As time passed, Moa Demon discovered that he couldn't even hit his opponent once. He was being beaten up the entire time. Moreover, after fighting for almost half an hour, he discovered a phenomenon. Lei Xingfeng's speed was actually getting faster and faster. This was the change in Lei Yin's restrictions. With Xiao Kong's help, Lei Yin's body started to form some kind of restriction, causing Lei Xingfeng's real body to become faster and faster. In addition to speed, his strength also started to increase. Gradually, Lei Xingfeng discovered this point. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. However, Moa Demon was miserable. No one wanted to be beaten up. The most maddening thing was that he couldn't hit his opponent. No matter what method he used, he couldn't hit his opponent. However, as Lei Xingfeng beat him up, Moa Demon also discovered that his defensive power was getting stronger and stronger. Originally, when his staff hit his real body, his seal would shake a few times. However, as the battle continued, he discovered that Lei Xingfeng's steel staff was becoming less and less threatening to him. Due to the difference in level, this kind of attack also gave Moa Demon benefit. Slowly, Moa Demon started to laugh. He stood still and stared at Lei Xingfeng. Even if Lei Xingfeng's steel staff or fists and kicks landed on his body, Moa Demon wouldn't move at all. He would just let you hit him. Lei Xingfeng attacked a few times and discovered that Moa Demon didn't move at all. Moa Demon was also staring at him. This wasn't a good feeling. It was like being stared at by a venomous snake. Lei Xingfeng felt his hair stand on end. After hitting Moa Demon with his staff, Lei Xingfeng suddenly retreated. He took a few steps back before standing still. He also stared at Moa Demon. Moa Demon stopped laughing and said indifferently, "Not fighting anymore?" Lei Xingfeng said helplessly, "I can't fight anymore." Moa Demon laughed loudly and said, "Kid, if you compensate me with some energy crystals, this matter will be over. Otherwise, I will beat you to death." Ha 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 ha. Even if he didn't fight, the other party couldn't do anything. This made him quite proud. Would Lei Xingfeng compensate him? This was definitely impossible. With Lei Xingfeng's temper, if the two sides were equal, he might give some. But the other party was in a state of oppression. Of course, he wouldn't agree. Moa Demon sneered and said, "You are a sixth-ring true body expert. You can't even fight back against me, a third-ring true body expert. You still have the nerve to oppress me? Bah!" Ai Yao immediately went crazy. He was so angry that he went crazy. These words were too harsh. He roared, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to skin you." The so-called skin had a special meaning for people at their level. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng was also angry. He said, "We still don't know who will skin who." Moa Demon pounced forward again. He opened his arms and wanted to pounce on Lei Xingfeng. His only thought was to hug this despicable guy and crush his true body. Lei Xingfeng sneered and also rushed forward. The sight of two gigantic bodies clashing against each other was simply terrifying. Ai Yao was secretly happy. As long as he could grab onto his opponent, then he would not be able to escape. His two arms were like two gigantic pincers, fiercely clenching. In that instant, Xian Feng suddenly disappeared. Moa Demon suddenly realized that Lei Xingfeng had disappeared. He hugged empty air. Only then did he realize that Lei Xingfeng had squatted down. Before he could react, His charging body suddenly stopped. The huge inertia was still there. With a roar, Moa Demon pounced down. This time, he didn't pounce on anyone. Instead, he pounced directly on the ground. Lei Xingfeng squatted down and stretched out his leg to hook Moa Demon's ankle. According to Lei Xingfeng, it was a trip. With Moa Demon's fierce charge, it was impossible for him to balance himself. There were huge pits everywhere. Hence, Moa Demon was very cautious. However, he didn't expect Lei Xingfeng to be so sinister. Hence, he fell headfirst. It was like a mountain collapsing. Boom! The entire ground shook violently. It must be known that the weight of a sixth-ring true body was heavier than solid steel. 100-meter-tall sixth-ring true body smashing down was no joke. It was like a meteor falling down, and a huge cloud of dust rose into the air. What was worse was that there was a huge pit in front of Moa Demon. Hence, not only did he fall, but he also plunged headfirst into the huge pit. Lei Xingfeng didn't even look at him. He instantly retracted his true body and escaped into the mirror world. He didn't dare to continue fighting. Although there were many benefits, he knew that if the opponent grasped the opportunity, even if he didn't die, he would lose half his life. He didn't want to take the risk at all. Even if Moa Demon didn't move and let Lei Xingfeng attack, he wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Hence, there was no point in continuing the fight. Escaping was the best choice. Chapter 897. Dust billowed as Ai Yao crawled up with difficulty. He was still wondering why the opponent didn't attack him while he was down, but when he finally managed to sit up, Ai Yao realized that Xian Feng had already disappeared. Roar! Roar! Bastard! Bastard! I'll kill you! I'll skin you alive! Roar! Ai Yao sat on the ground and howled. This fellow was about to go crazy because of Xian Feng. This was too humiliating. A sixth true ring body expert being beaten like a dead dog by a third true ring body practitioner. This was simply intolerable. Lei Xingfeng couldn't hear his opponent's howls. He quietly returned to the mirror realm. After howling for a while, Ai Yao finally felt bored and closed his mouth. However, after this battle, there was a shadow in his heart. Towards Xian Feng, he felt a bit of fear. This man was simply too terrifying. He was very clear in his heart that if the two of them were of equal strength, he would probably be a dead dog, unable to block him at all. Moa Yao stood at the bottom of the pit in a daze for a long time. After a long time, he sighed and flew out of the pit. He then left this speechless place. Lei Xingfeng returned to the mirror realm and took out a deck chair in the wooden shed. He sat down and stretched. Only Mad Eagle and Tiger Love were sitting in the wooden shed. Mad Eagle smiled. "What happened?" Lei Xingfeng said. "Nothing, I fought with someone and luckily escaped." Tiger Love asked curiously, "Escaped? With your strength, do you still need to escape?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Sixth ring true body. How can I not escape?" The two were stunned. After being in the hidden sect for so long, they were originally Lei Xingfeng's guards. However, as Lei Xingfeng's strength increased, they lost their role as guards. Although they wouldn't continue to be guards, their status in Lei Xingfeng's family wasn't low. Of course, they knew what it meant to have a sixth ring true body. Mad Eagle sighed. To be able to escape from a sixth ring true body expert. Feng, you're getting stronger and stronger. He didn't know that Lei Xingfeng had beaten a sixth ring true body expert like a dead dog and even caused him to fall into the pit. If he knew, he wouldn't know what to say. Tiger Love said, "Sixth ring true body. What does that mean?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I can't beat him. Even if he stands still, I can't break his true body." Tiger Love couldn't help but click his tongue. "He's that strong?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Sixth ring, 3 more seals than me. Hee, if I can shake him, then these 6 seals are worthless." Tiger Love laughed. "Yeah, I can't even reach the peak of 1 seal, but these people can cultivate 6 seals. That's ridiculous, haha." Mad Eagle said, 6 seals. Who knows how many materials it takes? Even if I can reach the 6th ring true body, I don't think I have that many materials. Tiger Love said, forget it, you can't reach this height. We took the wrong path from the start. It's almost impossible to keep up with the cultivation pace here. Feng Ying chuckled. Even if we were here from the start, we wouldn't have been able to reach this height. How many cultivators have reached the divine saint level here? Very few, okay? We don't have that kind of talent, nor do we have so many resources. Don't think too much. Lei Xingfeng said, although you can't reach the divine saint level, if you were here from the start, I believe that your cultivation would be higher. With enough resources, it's not impossible for you to reach the divine saint level. Mad Eagle said, forget it, don't talk about it. We're already here because of a phone. We're very satisfied now. Lei Xingfeng said, oh right, where did Uncle Jean go? I haven't seen him in a long time. Tiger Love said, old Jean is busy training the disciples. He's the person in charge of the new disciples. He's the one who's busy. Lei Xingfeng nodded. Isn't he in charge of the bases? Tiger Love laughed. The bases haven't been confirmed yet. Of course, he won't be idle. Mad Eagle said, 2 bases have been confirmed. We're just waiting for a phone to come back. Lei Xingfeng said, let the Patriarch and Master confirm it. I won't go. When it's confirmed, I'll set up the restrictions. Mad Eagle said, this isn't something I can decide. Okay, I'll tell them. Tiger Love said, they should be in the warehouse. Should we inform them? Lei Xingfeng waved his hand. No need, I'm just taking a break and avoiding that guy with 6 true ring bodies. I can't be bothered to deal with him. When my cultivation reaches a higher level, I'll settle the score with him. Actually, he didn't have much of a grudge. He just felt annoyed by Moya. If he wanted to get rid of Moya, he had to increase his strength. Originally, Lei Xingfeng wanted to wait for a while before advancing. Now that he had offended an expert, he had to find a way to advance. Especially since this enemy was an expert that he had beaten up. Lei Xingfeng knew very well that once the opponent figured out his methods and came up with a countermeasure, it would be his bad luck. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. Lei Xingfeng said, Uncle Tiger, Uncle Ing, I'm going to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. When the Patriarch and Master come, tell them that I'll go dig for energy ores after a while. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love agreed. Lei Xingfeng put away the recliner and disappeared. Lei Xingfeng randomly found an uninhabited continent. Almost all the continents here were very suitable for cultivation. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng randomly found a continent and entered it. After setting up an illusion array, Lei Xingfeng released his Lei Yin. After the battle, Lei Xingfeng saw his Lei Yin for the first time. After the fierce battle, Lei Yin generated another batch of restrictions. After carefully inspecting it, he removed some of the unsuitable restrictions and left behind some that were useful. The restrictions generated this time were mainly for the movement of the real body. Once they finished growing, Lei Xingfeng's real body would be much faster after activating it, much faster than others. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng was very satisfied with the restrictions generated this time. The formation and growth of restrictions couldn't be done at will. They had to be stimulated through battle or cultivation. The restrictions that were stimulated this time made Lei Xingfeng very happy. They were the restrictions that he wanted. Lei Xingfeng began to stimulate the restrictions in Lei Yin, causing them to grow. At the same time, he provided all kinds of materials and energy. As the energy and materials were consumed, the restrictions slowly grew. At the same time, the other restrictions in the 2 Lei Yin were also slowly growing. Every cultivation was a huge consumption, mainly of energy. It could be said that as long as a cultivator cultivated, they would need to consume a large amount of energy crystals. If they didn't have enough energy crystals, then their cultivation would come to an end. Especially at Lei Xingfeng's level. Although he needed materials, what he lacked the most was energy. Once he cultivated, He would need a large amount of energy crystals, and the quality couldn't be too low. Lei Xingfeng lacked everything now, but energy crystals weren't lacking. This time, after continuously excavating for so long, he had obtained countless energy crystals. The quality of the energy crystals could even be compared with the best quality stalagmite. Therefore, for this cultivation, he began to use the best quality energy crystals extravagantly. A large amount of best quality energy was used, causing the restrictions in Lei Yin to grow crazily. One restriction after another was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lei Xingfeng was stunned. This was too fast. However, he soon became excited. According to this speed, the restrictions in Lei Yin would meet the requirements for advancement. According to Lei Xingfeng's observation, once the restrictions in Lei Yin reached a certain number, they would be able to stack another Lei Yin. For the time being, they still weren't able to stack Lei Yin. They still needed some time. Lei Xingfeng silently calculated and knew that it wasn't possible now. He could only guide Lei Yin to develop more restrictions. With the help of Shao Kong and the lightning-attributed phase, the restrictions grew at an extremely fast speed. What Lei Xingfeng needed to do was to remove those useless restrictions. These restrictions were just there to make up the numbers. They weren't of much help to Lei Xingfeng's real body. If it was other cultivators, they wouldn't understand this at all. However, Lei Xingfeng was different. He could see and understand which restrictions were useful and which weren't. This would slow down Lei Xingfeng's cultivation speed. He needed to constantly remove the useless restrictions that popped up. Fortunately, these useless restrictions would be discovered by Lei Xingfeng the moment they popped up and erased. There were some restrictions that Lei Xingfeng didn't recognize. For these restrictions that he didn't recognize, Lei Xingfeng basically kept them. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, he didn't dare to erase them. Who knew if there were any particularly powerful restrictions? If they just popped up and he didn't understand them, he might just erase a powerful technique. This was why he didn't dare to take the risk. These restrictions had to be nurtured to a mature stage. After a battle, he might understand their effects. Lei Xingfeng could occasionally see spatial restrictions appearing in the restrictions and gradually forming restriction clusters. He knew that Shao Kong was persisting. However, he didn't object. As long as it didn't exceed the lightning-attributed restrictions, it wouldn't be a big problem. As long as it didn't take the initiative, the spatial restrictions were still very powerful. When the spatial restrictions matured, it could bring benefits to the real body. As for what benefits, he didn't know. Of course, he was still looking forward to it. A large number of restrictions began to pop up under Lei Xingfeng's control. Lei Xingfeng sometimes felt like he was planting seeds. Driving Lei Yin was equivalent to sowing seed. When energy entered and stimulated, it was like a crop sprouting. Among them, there were restrictions that were good, like seedlings. There were restrictions that were bad, like weeds. As a cultivator, he was a farmer. He needed to remove the weeds and carefully maintain the seedlings. This was the task of cultivation. Lei Xingfeng suddenly discovered that there was a very small restriction cluster that had appeared in an extremely remote corner. Moreover, it had already grown. He immediately became curious. What kind of restriction was this? Chapter 898. This was a small area that was formed by about 100 restrictions, but Lei Xingfeng couldn't identify it. He couldn't understand what kind of restriction it was. After pondering for a moment, Lei Xingfeng wanted to erase this restriction. After all, it had only appeared for a short period of time, and erasing it would be very easy. However, Lei Xingfeng quickly stopped as he thought of a problem. This restriction cluster was in the corner. Even if it grew, it wouldn't affect the central region. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem to leave it there. Most importantly, he couldn't understand this restriction cluster. He would observe it carefully after it grew. Soon enough, Lei Xingfeng threw this matter to the back of his mind and no longer paid attention. His attention was focused on the central cluster. He had to deal with the 3 Lei Yin. During cultivation, he couldn't be distracted and had to take care of every Lei Yin. There were 3 Lei Yin, 1 primary and 2 secondary. The primary Lei Yin was his origin seal, and Shao Kong and the lightning-type Fei resided there. The 2 Feis were suppressing the Fei in the secondary seal. Now, Lei Xingfeng wanted to increase the restriction cluster. After reaching a certain limit, he would stack another secondary seal. When 1 primary and 8 secondary seals were formed, Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin would be able to enter the legendary cultivation mode, which was to fuse 9 Lei Yin. However, this was only a legend. It was said that there was such a fusion mode in ancient times that could allow one to reach a truly heaven-defying position. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call one a god. A large amount of energy crystals were being consumed rapidly. If it wasn't for the large amount of energy crystals obtained this time, Lei Xingfeng would feel heartache. There were too many. In a short period of time, he had consumed an entire pit of energy crystals. However, because he didn't care about the cost, the Lei Yin had undergone an earth-shattering change. A large amount of restrictions emerged from the primary Lei Yin. At the same time, the secondary Lei Yin would also have related restrictions. They were connected to each other and grew together. Restriction clusters were formed and grew rapidly with the support of countless energy crystals. What Lei Xingfeng had to do was to erase the useless restrictions and maintain the growth of the restriction community. The materials he had collected in the past were all stored in Lei Yin. Because of Shao Kong, Lei Yin's storage space wasn't any worse than the hidden Luan space. It could also store large amounts of materials. Of course, the materials stored in Lei Yin weren't that easy to take out. As for Lei Yin's materials, as long as the restriction in Lei Yin's body grew, the materials would be constantly consumed. Moreover, they were basically not under Lei Xingfeng's control. Because Lei Xingfeng was crazily driving Lei Yin, the restrictions formed very quickly. Lei Xingfeng's attention was also focused on the restrictions that appeared. There were some that he did not want, so he was busy erasing these messy restrictions. Lei Yin had large amounts of energy crystals stored in it. Therefore, this kind of driving consumed the energy in Lei Yin. Lei Xingfeng didn't need to put in more energy crystals. Therefore, the speed of the restrictions' growth was unparalleled. Just as they were about to pop out, they would quickly grow until they were completely formed and could be used. When the restrictions could be used, they would begin to connect with each other and form a restriction community. This was what Lei Xingfeng called a large compound restriction. If it was Lei Xingfeng who set up these restrictions, it would be a headache. However, in Lei Yin, they would naturally form. Lei Xingfeng noticed that there were a lot of spatial restrictions. He gave Shao Kong a slight warning. After all, his seal was Lei Yin and not a spatial seal. If it was completely occupied by spatial restrictions, his seal would definitely collapse. The foundation of seals was the thunder attribute. If a spatial restriction was created, then the seal would be completely destroyed. Lei Xingfeng would never allow such a thing to happen. It wasn't a bad thing to have some spatial restrictions in Lei Yin, but if all of them were spatial restrictions, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't be able to survive. Lei Xingfeng had given the quantity ratio to control the spatial restrictions within 20%, and he had repeatedly instructed Shao Kong. Shao Kong didn't have a choice. Since the quantity wasn't enough, he tried to work on the quality. The spatial restrictions that came out were getting more and more advanced. This forced the Thunder Attribute Fei to increase the power of its restrictions. Although it wasn't as good as Shao Kong, the Thunder Attribute Fei had the advantage of quantity. After an unknown period of time, Lei Xingfeng noticed that the number of restrictions in Lei Yin had more than doubled. The consumption of materials and energy made him shudder. It was too much. However, Lei Xingfeng also noticed that he could barely stack Lei Yin. However, he didn't dare to do so for the time being. With his knowledge, especially his understanding of restrictions, he felt that it wasn't good to do so. he had no choice but to stop cultivating for the time being. Lei Yin had reached its limit and needed time to digest. Although he didn't advance, Lei Xingfeng knew that his strength had increased by a lot. He probably still couldn't do anything to Ai Yao, but he didn't feel that it was that terrifying anymore. He got up and returned to the mirror world. He went to the mirror world's warehouse to replenish some materials. Wu Yang and a large group of people were still tidying up the warehouse. The amount of energy crystals Xian Feng had collected back then was simply too much. A pit filled with energy crystals was like a small mountain. The amount of energy crystals was extremely large, requiring a long time to clean it up. Seeing Lei Xingfeng coming over, Wu Yang and the others stopped what they were doing. Guqi smiled and said, "Our hero is here." Wu Yang said, Feng, this is the first time I've seen so many high-quality energy crystals. We've made a big profit this time." Thunderstorm said, Feng, why are you back? I heard from Xiao Ying that you went to cultivate. How is it? Have you 4 true ring bodies? Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, How can it be so fast? However, it will be soon. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. This cultivation speed was simply too frightening. Wu Yang said, So fast? What's the secret? Everyone immediately pricked up their ears. They were all middle and high-ranking members of the secret sections. Their strength was considered top-notch in the secret sections. Any experience from Lei Xingfeng was incomparably precious to them. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, There's no secret. If I have to say, it's the consumption of materials and energy. It's very scary. I've used up half of my materials. Needless to say, the consumption of energy is even more terrifying. Some materials are completely exhausted. I want to find some to replenish in the warehouse. Wu Yang said, Yes, there are many materials. The disciples of the secret sects use materials to exchange for energy crystals. You should be able to find many useful materials if you go look for them yourself. Lei Xingfeng nodded and walked into the warehouse. The warehouse was built underground and the area was extremely large. There were dozens of storerooms in total. Half of them were used to store energy crystals. Lei Xingfeng entered the material warehouse to collect the materials he lacked. Along the way, Lei Xingfeng found many materials that he needed. However, there were not many high-grade materials. The basic materials were piled up like a mountain. After spending a few days, Lei Xingfeng replenished a large portion of the basic materials. These materials did not necessarily have to be high-grade, but they could not be lacking. In addition, he collected a portion of steel and planned to refine a weapon for himself. After pondering for a long time, Lei Xingfeng finally decided to refine a steel rod. There was no other way. Swords and axes were not suitable. Instead, a steel rod was the most suitable. Using Lei Yin to refine such a simple steel rod was an extremely simple task for Lei Xingfeng. However, after the steel rod was refined, Lei Xingfeng had other thoughts. Just like the sword mark, he placed a restriction on the steel rod and it became his experimental weapon. As the steel rod was extremely thick and long, it was as thick as a water tank and 100 meters long. Only his real body could use its weight freely. If it was his real body, he could not even move it, let alone use it. The thunder-killing array was a must. Lei Xingfeng even wanted to place a spatial restriction on it. However, he realized that he lacked the materials and gave up. Therefore, the restrictions placed on the steel rod were basically thunder-tight. As for strengthening restrictions, Xian Feng had placed quite a few of them. Of course, these restrictions couldn't be compared to the sword imprint, the two of them weren't the same. This weapon mainly relied on its weight, and with these restrictions, it was even more perverse. After a few days, he finally finished refining the weapon. This steel rod was as thick as a water tank and over 100 meters long. It was pitch black in color, and from time to time, arcs of electricity would appear on its surface, causing the steel rod to crackle. Once it was combined with the lightning seal, it would be able to release a large amount of lightning. Lei Xingfeng released his real body and lifted the huge steel rod. He felt that it was very convenient and waved it around. With a whooshing sound, it fell to the ground. Boom! It was just a light swing. Lei Xingfeng did not use any strength, and yet it created a hole in the ground. Seeing this, Lei Xingfeng's eyelids twitched. If it hid his real body, his opponent would not be able to take it. Lei Xingfeng thought that if he had this huge rod in his previous battle with Moa Demon, even if it could not break through her defense, it could at least greatly increase her energy consumption. If he was careful, Moa Demon might not have so much energy to consume. In other words, he could have been exhausted to death or run away. Lei Xingfeng thought for a moment and put the steel rod into his hidden Luan space. Then, he began to refine another weapon. This time, he planned to refine a super-large machete. It was 60 meters long and at least 7 to 8 meters wide. It looked like a machete. Compared to the steel rod, it was a short weapon. After refining, he also placed a lightning restriction on it. Actually, he also knew that this machete did not rely on the blade to hurt people. It relied on the weight of the blade. As for why he wanted to refine this weapon, it was because Lei Xingfeng had learned a set of blade techniques in Tiger Cliff Castle. Lei Xingfeng did not know much about the way to use a rod. He used spear techniques to replace rod technique. Instead, he was very familiar with blade technique. When he was in Tiger Cliff Castle, he practiced spear techniques, blade techniques, and archery. Archery was completely useless, but blade techniques and spear techniques were still useful. Especially blade techniques, Lei Xingfeng was even more familiar with them. It was just that after a long time, he was a bit rusty. He just needed to practice a bit. Soon, the machete was refined and a lightning restriction was placed on it. However, Lei Xingfeng looked at this huge machete and could not help but break out in cold sweat. It was too big. If he used this huge machete in the past, he would have been able to turn a bull into a meat patty. Chapter 899. Waving it a few times, the woo-woo sound of it breaking through the air was hair-raising. Xianfeng's heart moved as he made a few holes on the blade and waved it again. That woo-woo sound was simply too frightening. It was simply too frightening. Lei Xingfeng was very satisfied. Even if this weapon couldn't kill, it could scare people to death. This feeling was really great. The two weapons had consumed a lot of Lei Xingfeng's time. As for the consumption of materials, it was basically ignored. They were all extremely common materials. Steel was extremely abundant in the secret sect. After tossing and turning for so long, Lei Xingfeng estimated that a few months had passed. Therefore, he once again returned to Paradise Sky and continued to dig for energy crystals. He wasn't willing to give up such a good place. Even if he encountered the Moa Demon, he believed that he could escape. He started to dig again. This place was densely packed with ore nests. Basically, he would encounter one every few hundred meters or even 1,000 meters. Of course, the ground was full of pits that were dug by cultivators. Many of them had been missed. Since Lei Xingfeng could see them, as long as he made a move, he wouldn't make a mistake. This harvest was huge. As the number of mines he dug increased, Lei Xingfeng discovered that every 5 to 6 mines he dug, he would encounter an extremely good quality energy crystal mine. There were a few energy crystals that could even produce phase. Unfortunately, he had yet to encounter an energy crystal that could produce phase. However, after a long period of digging, Lei Xingfeng judged that if he was lucky, he could really find a Fey that produced energy crystals. He was very clear about what this meant. Once he found such a Fey and absorbed it into Lei Yin's body, it meant that he would have a core that could convert energy. He would be able to fully utilize the energy crystals. This was just like the engine in his previous life. The energy couldn't be fully utilized, and a large portion of it was wasted. On the other hand, the energy phase function was to fully utilize the energy. This would allow Lei Xingfeng to save a lot of energy. For this Fei, Lei Xingfeng was going all out. He put everything aside and didn't care about it anymore. He put all his effort into digging and searching for this fei. At this time, Lei Xingfeng also discovered some high-quality ores. Most of them could be used by him. This place was a huge treasure trove. It was a pity that he couldn't let the people from the secret sect enter this place to dig. Otherwise, the harvest would be even greater. Even so, Lei Xingfeng felt that it was worth it. He had even made a huge profit. This feeling was really great. Lei Xingfeng dug with all his might. Along the way, he dug happily. He was like a locust. Wherever he went, all of the valuable ores would be swept clean. Like a bulldozer, like a swarm of locusts, Xianfeng became more and more excited as he walked. There was no other thought in his mind other than to dig. It would be best if he could dig it all out. This was the first time he had seen such an opportunity. No wonder the practitioners here were able to reach such heights. It was because of the materials and energy. If Lei Xingfeng could enter this place after advancing to the Dao Saint level, his cultivation would probably be much faster. Even if he didn't have an extra Lei Yin, he would be able to cultivate another Lei Yin of his own. He just needed to accumulate materials and energy. Lei Xingfeng thought that he was a pauper who had run into a luxurious palace. Everything was good and he needed everything. Wu Yang and the others were even more surprised. Outside the warehouse, large amounts of energy ores began to appear. There were also all sorts of materials. The amount was so large that it was shocking. They had never seen so many materials and energy. Lei Xingfeng had 3 storage locations for materials and energy. One was in Lei Yin, one was in the hidden Luan space, and the last was in the mirror world. The real top-grade materials were all stored in the hidden Luan space. Suitable materials and energy were stored in Lei Yin. The largest amount of materials and energy ores were all stored in the mirror world. Due to the excavation of too many ore points, piles of energy crystals and piles of materials and ores were piled up on the flat ground above the warehouse of the mirror realm. Wu Yang and the others went from surprise to shock and then to numbness. In the end, they didn't find it strange anymore. Instead, they found it strange that there were so few ores. Another pile of ores appeared out of thin air. Wu Yang and the others rushed forward to see what materials they were. Wu Yang was pleasantly surprised. "This is what we need. That's great." He directly released his seal to absorb the ores. The others followed suit. Because they couldn't put the ores into the warehouse, they all used this method to reduce their storage. Lei Xingfeng pushed forward, digging as he walked. Just like that, dozens of days passed. On this day, Lei Xingfeng found another mine. He habitually walked over, released his true body, and bent down to dig. 2 giant hands directly inserted into the ground. With a forceful lift, a piece of soil was lifted to the side. The 2 hands were like 2 mechanical digging buckets, quickly uncovering the entire ground. Lei Xingfeng suddenly stopped digging. He stared at the energy crystal mine below. A dazzling light appeared. This time, the energy crystal mine was especially good. He felt the energy fluctuation. Thinking of the spiritual items contained in the energy crystal, he became careful. Lei Xingfeng felt that such a pure top-grade crystal could possibly produce energy crystals, so he began to carefully dig. At first, Lei Xingfeng used his true body to dig. Later, he found that because of the huge palms of his true body, he couldn't dig carefully at all. Therefore, after clearing the mining area, Lei Xingfeng withdrew his true body and took out a shovel and iron pick to dig. This way, the speed of digging rapidly decreased. If it was a giant excavator, it was now the speed of digging manually. Lei Xingfeng had already noticed a huge cone-shaped crystal in the middle of the pit. This crystal was very beautiful. He felt that there was hope, so he had to clear the surrounding energy crystals first. When he used his true body to dig, Lei Xingfeng knew what it meant to be hard. It was different from his true body. The true body's strength consumed energy, while the true body consumed physical strength. Although his body was extremely strong, it still couldn't be compared to his true body's strength. He dug hard and collected the surrounding energy crystals. Gradually, he dug out a cone-shaped crystal. This was a complete crystal. It was dark blue in color, just like the color of the sea. This crystal was very large, and its cone-shaped bottom was about the size of a table. Lei Xingfeng continued digging. He found that although this crystal was very perfect, there were no spiritual items. He sighed and directly used Lei Yin to collect this huge crystal. He released his true body again and started digging quickly again. In the end, Lei Xingfeng was surprised to find that there were many of these cone-shaped crystals. However, the quality wasn't as good as the first one. However, Lei Xingfeng was still very satisfied with the large cone-shaped crystals. Just as Lei Xingfeng was collecting the huge cone-shaped crystals, a huge figure suddenly appeared. It was a cultivator, and he was quickly approaching. Lei Xingfeng suddenly straightened his back and quickly climbed out of the huge pit. If he was blocked in the pit, he would be in a passive position. This was a cultivator with 4 true ring bodies. It was obvious that he had his eyes on the energy crystals that Lei Xingfeng was digging. It was very common for people to snatch mining spots. Lei Xingfeng also understood this, so he maintained a state of alert. That man quickly approached Xianfeng and lowered his head to look at the bottom of the crater. From above, he could see the energy crystal ores, especially the colorful glowing crystals. With one look, he could tell that this was an extremely high-quality energy crystal ores. Not everyone had Lei Xingfeng's eyesight. Some cultivators, after entering Sky Paradise, would be lucky if they were able to dig out a few energy crystals. After all, it was a mining spot. If they were a bit off, they might not be able to dig it out. This was not much different from guessing. Therefore, snatching a spot discovered by someone else was a shortcut. The person laughed. Not bad, a very good mine. Ha 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 ha, my luck is really good. Lei Xingfeng could clearly recognize the person's seal. 4 true ring bodies. Without a doubt, this person's level was higher than his. However, he dared to fight against a master with 6 true ring bodies. Why would he be afraid of a master with 4 true ring bodies? Even if he only had 3 true ring, this had nothing to do with battle. You want to snatch my mine? The person laughed. That's right, that's right. Haha, I want to snatch this mine. After that, he let out a burst of excited laughter. This made Lei Xingfeng very depressed. Am I that easy to bully? Lei Xingfeng said, I found it. Why should I give it to you? He wanted to tease him first, so he pretended to be innocent. This made the guy even more excited. He said, I know. Haha, of course you found it, but I found it again. Ha ha. Lei Xingfeng also laughed. Haha, what a coincidence. Are you sure you want to snatch it? The guy said, Rules. Do you know the rules here? These are the rules. Ha ha. He looked at the energy crystals at the bottom of the pit with a bit of greed. He said, This mine is really rare. My luck is really good. Ha. Lei Xingfeng said, May I ask your name? The person glanced at Lei Xingfeng and said, Oh, you want to know who stole your mine? Haha, I don't care. Don't ask for my name. Stand firm. I'm Wu Qi. You can call me Master Wu. Kid, you can go now. Haha, I won't bully you. I just want this mine. Haha. Wu Qi was probably overjoyed. Even if Xianfeng went to call for reinforcements, it would be too late. One must know that using a real body to excavate energy crystals was extremely fast. With a single grab, there would be countless ores. A mine could be excavated in less than a few hours. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. This guy was too confident. Did he think that just because he had 4 true ring bodies, he could beat 3 rings? Chapter 900. Wu Qi didn't expect that he, an expert with 4 true ring bodies, would be unable to take on Xianfeng, who had 3 true ring bodies. The fighting style of this place allowed Xianfeng to gain the upper hand. Even a true ring body with 6 true ring bodies could only rely on the difference in levels to forcefully block his attacks, unable to land on Xianfeng's body. Lei Xingfeng wasn't afraid of his opponent at all. He chuckled. If you don't bully me, fine, I promise I won't beat you to death. Wu Qi exploded when he heard this. Eh? You're just a kid with 3 true ring bodies. How dare you speak like that? Fine, if you don't want to leave, then don't leave. Lei Xingfeng laughed. I don't plan to leave either. You're just talking to yourself. Wu Qi couldn't laugh anymore. He roared and pounced at Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng chuckled. I want to fight too. He had just finished cultivating, and now there was a guy with such strength provoking him. It was just the right time for him to adjust the restrictions in the lightning strike. Suddenly, a giant steel rod appeared in Lei Xingfeng's hand. It was planted on the ground like a steel pillar. Wu Qi suddenly saw the gigantic steel rod in Xianfeng's hand. With a wave of his arm, he also took out his own weapon, a gigantic hammer with a round head. It looked strange with a long handle and an incomparably large head. This kind of incongruity made Xianfeng feel incomparably uncomfortable. This weapon was too lousy, it was so ugly it made him want to cry. The two of them moved quickly. Wu Qi raised his gigantic hammer and smashed it down. The sound of it breaking through the air was soul-stirring. Xianfeng grinned. The gigantic stick in his hand suddenly flicked out. Xianfeng didn't use much strength. He only lightly flicked the opponent's grip and deflected the opponent's strength to the side. When Wu Qi felt that something was wrong, his hammer changed its direction and smashed towards Xianfeng's side. He couldn't control this force at all and couldn't help but roar as he used his strength, trying to stop the force of the hammer. This feeling of using his strength wrongly almost drove Wu Qi crazy. This was the first time he had lost control of his strength. Without waiting for him to adjust, Xianfeng's attack arrived. The steel cudgel flicked the giant hammer away and then swung towards Wu Qi's head. In an instant, the steel cudgel was surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. It was a bolt of lightning that struck Wu Qi's face. This strike almost caused Wu Qi's head to explode. His seal pulsed crazily, pouring out large amounts of energy in an attempt to stabilize the head of his true body. Lei Xingfeng twisted his body and retracted the rod. He then swept it towards Wu Qi's waist. Wu Qi was stunned by the rod. He was smart enough to see the rod coming towards him. He couldn't help but cry out in fear. He took a step to the side and the hammer in his hand was already in front of him. Lei Xingfeng's rod hit the handle of the hammer. Clang! F***ck. The giant hammer flew out of his hand and was swept away by the steel rod. Wu Qi was forced to retreat and he kept shaking his arm. The huge electric current had numbed his arm. Even if it was his real body's arm, it was still extremely uncomfortable. Once Xianfeng started his attack, it would be continuous. His previous attack had only lasted for a few breaths of time, yet he had already attacked a few times. Taking a step forward, he raised his steel rod and fiercely swung it. Wu Qi was flustered. He had never seen such a fierce attack. It was continuous and didn't give him any time to breathe. A large steel plate suddenly appeared in his hand and blocked in front of him. Before he could hold it properly, Lei Xingfeng's rod hit it. Clang! The entire steel plate shook violently, leaving behind a deep mark. Wu Qi used all his strength to hold onto the steel plate, and even his body was leaning on it. One had to know that this steel plate was over 80 meters tall, 40 meters wide, and a foot thick. Lei Xingfeng said coldly, "Where can you hide? F***ck. He didn't change his attack direction. He continued to attack the steel plate and sent lightning into it. Then, he heard the sound of metal being forged. Clang! Clang! Wu Qi was on the verge of tears. He had never seen such a monstrous expert with 3 true ring bodies. His attacks were so fast and nimble. Every time his opponent attacked, he would hit a place he couldn't defend. Only now did he start to act recklessly. However, even if he was using brute force and madly smashing the steel plate that he had erected, he was still unable to move. The reason was very simple. This attack carried with it an electric current that continuously numbed his hands and feet. Under Lei Xingfeng's crazy attacks, the steel plate started to change shape. As the electricity flowed in, the steel plate started to soften. Finally, it was smashed apart by Lei Xingfeng's rod. Then, a storm of attacks rained down on Wu Qi. He couldn't escape, dodge, or block. Wu Qi was dumbfounded. The heavy steel rods rained down on him, causing him to cry out in pain. Wu Qi had never been beaten like this in his life. He tried to block with his arms, but the opponent's rod was too heavy. Every hit consumed a lot of his energy. His body rippled like water. His seal was about to burn. Stop! Stop hitting him! Stop it! Stop it! Lei Xingfeng had no intention of stopping. The huge rod continued to rain down. Wu Qi kept retreating while Lei Xingfeng kept moving forward. The attacks wouldn't stop. Lei Xingfeng was still thinking, let's see how long you can last. Wu Qi's true body was really tough. Even under such attacks, Wu Qi was still able to hold on. However, he couldn't fight back at all. This thing was completely different from fighting with fists and feet. Every attack made Wu Qi feel extremely uncomfortable. Although it wasn't enough for his true body to collapse, Wu Qi's heart was about to break down. Being beaten up was fine. Wu Qi could still hold on for a while. What made him break down was that he couldn't fight back. He could only watch as the opponent beat him up. Because the real body was protecting the real body, it consumed energy temporarily. He didn't feel any pain. But the current situation was driving him crazy. He knew that if he continued to fight, he might not be able to destroy his real body. However, Wu Qi's heart was pained to the extreme. The rate at which his energy was being depleted was simply unbearable. Stop! Stop! Don't hit me, I surrender! Lei Xingfeng scolded. Surrender my ass? Aren't you arrogant? Didn't you want to steal my mine? Didn't you want me to know the rules here? Aren't you King Lucky? Every time he asked a question, he would beat him up. He spoke quickly and beat him even faster. Wu Qi said, I was wrong, I admit my wrongs. Stop hitting me. Actually, Lei Xingfeng didn't really want to destroy his real body. He just wanted to vent his anger. As Wu Qi begged, his attacks slowed down. Surrender? Condition. What's the condition for surrendering? Wu Qi said, I'll make it up to you, I'll make it up to you. He was confused. He wanted to say, make it up to you, but instead he said, make it up to you. Lei Xingfeng was also confused. Make it up to me? Make what up? Wu Qi finally reacted. I'll make it up to you. Lei Xingfeng stopped. He held his huge steel rod like a spear and pointed it at Wu Qi. How do you make it up to me? No, how do you make it up to me? Wu Qi saw Xianfeng's real body smiling, and it was a very evil smile, as if he was going to start a fight if he didn't agree. Wu Qi couldn't help but wail in his heart. He thought that he had gotten lucky, but he had met a rare expert that could fight above his level. No one here would dare to provoke such a person, but he had provoked one. This time, not only did he fail to take advantage of the situation, but he was also beaten up. Losing face and whatnot was one thing, since no one had seen it, but the loss of the energy crystals made his heart ache. This fight was really not worth it, and he had suffered a great loss. Make it up to me? Wu Qi began to hesitate. Lei Xingfeng raised his huge rod, looking like he would beat him up if he didn't answer. Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. He couldn't help but cover his head. Wu Qi said, I make it up to you. Lei Xingfeng held back his laughter. What do you want to make up to me? If I'm not satisfied, you can continue. The feeling of bullying others was surprisingly satisfying. Xianfeng laughed as he stared at the other party. Wu Qi lowered his head and thought for a moment. Before he could answer, Lei Xingfeng said, hurry up, what do you want to make up to me? Wu Qi said, I'll make it up to you with some materials. Xianfeng spoke, Materials, that's fine too, I want lightning-attributed materials. Wu Qi heaved a sigh of relief. He had plenty of materials, including some thunder materials. Okay, I'm unlucky. He took out a pile of materials. Lei Xingfeng didn't even look at them. Not enough. Give me more. I want to see your sincerity. He started to extort. Lei Xingfeng had the initiative. If he didn't extort him, it wouldn't make sense. Since he dared to rob, he had to be prepared to be robbed. Wu Qi pulled a long face and took out a small mountain of materials. Lei Xingfeng chuckled. Back off. Wu Qi could only back off. He watched as Lei Xingfeng took the materials. His heart ached. Lei Xingfeng was satisfied. He took a quick look and knew that many of the materials were what he needed. He took them into Lei Yin's seal. Some of the materials were immediately absorbed by the seal. Lei Xingfeng was satisfied. He said, Okay, put away your true body. Wu Qi was unwilling. No. I can't put away my true body. He couldn't agree to that. Putting away his true body meant that he would be disarmed. He would be at the mercy of others then. Lei Xingfeng just wanted to pressure him so that he wouldn't have any other ideas. He said, That works too. Go to the side. Don't disturb me. Wu Qi sullenly walked for a distance. Lei Xingfeng said, Farther. Don't run. Wu Qi walked a distance away. Because his true body was huge, Lei Xingfeng could see him clearly. Farther. Chapter 901. When Wu Qi's figure was much smaller, Lei Xingfeng shouted, All right, stand there, don't move. Wu Qi gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to move. Thinking about Lei Xingfeng's storm-like attacks, he felt a chill in his heart. He was really beaten into submission by Lei Xingfeng. Anyway, he couldn't muster up any thoughts of resistance. Just thinking about Lei Xingfeng's extremely fierce attacks and that perverted steel rod made him feel a chill in his heart. Lei Xingfeng saw Wu Qi stop there, and then jumped into the pit to continue digging. This time, the digging was rather rough. After all, there was an expert outside. He wasn't afraid of a sneak attack, because there was no way to sneak attack. If he walked with his real body, he wouldn't be able to hide his voice. Before he rushed over, Lei Xingfeng could be prepared. After digging for half a day, Lei Xingfeng climbed out of the pit and saw Wu Qi squatting on the ground. He didn't move and didn't take the opportunity to escape. In fact, Lei Xingfeng didn't plan on keeping him. He left him so far away so that he could escape if he could. But when he came out, he saw Wu Qi still squatting there stupidly. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect this guy to be so obedient. Lei Xingfeng came to Wu Qi's side and said, Why haven't you left? This sentence almost made Wu Qi cry. This was too much. Didn't you say that I wasn't allowed to leave? Wu Qi said, I can leave. Lei Xingfeng was dumbfounded. Such an honest person dared to rob? This was too strange. Seeing that Lei Xingfeng didn't answer, Wu Qi didn't dare to speak. He didn't know why, but this cultivator with 3 true ring bodies made him extremely afraid. Actually, Lei Xingfeng didn't do anything to him. All he did was give him a beating and didn't hurt him. He just used up some energy, but he was completely terrified. Lei Xingfeng was speechless. After a while, he said, Aren't you here to rob? Why? Before he could finish, Wu Qi hurriedly said, I won't dare again. Lei Xingfeng wanted to beat him up. He said, Forget it, leave. Wu Qi said, I won't dare to leave. Lei Xingfeng screamed, Scram? Cram. Only then did Wu Qi realize that Lei Xingfeng really wanted him to leave. He turned and ran, looking back from time to time, afraid that Lei Xingfeng would chase after him. Lei Xingfeng was angry and eager to learn. This was the first time he met such a cultivator. After all, the other party was a true ring expert. Actually, Xianfeng didn't have the confidence to destroy the opponent's true body. Of course, with a weapon, he might have a chance, but he knew that before he used up the opponent's energy, it was impossible for him to destroy the opponent's true body, so he couldn't understand why the opponent was so afraid of him. Not only did Xianfeng not understand, even Wu Qi himself didn't understand. This fellow ran very far away until Xianfeng's shadow disappeared. Only then did he regain his senses. He stood there in confusion, thinking for a long time, but he still couldn't understand what's wrong with him. As soon as he woke up, that feeling of humiliation washed over him like a tidal wave. He could not help but raise his leg and kick around, spinning in circles on the ground. After a while, he decided that no matter what, he would find someone to fight with Xianfeng again. He had to get rid of his fear, and only by defeating Xianfeng could he solve this problem. Wu Qi retracted his true ring and flew into the distance. He knew where he could find his people. Xianfeng didn't bother with Wu Qi anymore. This could be considered an interlude in his journey. It didn't affect his search for energy ores and materials. Furthermore, he had obtained quite a few thunder-attributed materials, some of which were precious, making him very satisfied. He continued to dig. Sky Paradise was extremely vast. It was enough for him to play around. Gradually, Lei Xingfeng found that the number of ore nests decreased rapidly. The distance between ore nests also increased. If one didn't have the relevant experience, it would be very difficult to find a ore nest. However, this wasn't difficult for Lei Xingfeng. He could see the ore nest. Along the way, Lei Xingfeng could see the shadows of his true ring from time to time. However, Lei Xingfeng deliberately avoided them. The harvest of this journey could be said to be much more than Xianfeng's harvest since he started cultivating. Every time he found a mine, he would excavate a small mountain of materials. Whether it was the quality or quantity of these materials, Xianfeng was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. On this day, Lei Xingfeng came to a sandy area. It was a bit like the Gobi Desert. Looking back at the grassland, Lei Xingfeng walked in without hesitation. He found that there were traces of seals here. In other words, there used to be a large area of seals here. However, these seals had long been removed. However, Lei Xingfeng could still see that the original seal here was very powerful. From the traces, it was a super large compound seal. However, Lei Xingfeng couldn't tell what type of attack seal it was. There were very few traces left. He couldn't deduce what seal it was from these few traces. With Lei Xingfeng's experience, he knew that there were often good things in seals. Of course, in destroyed seals, there would still be some precious materials or energy left. It just depended on one's luck to find them. Looking at the large holes in the ground, Lei Xingfeng knew that his guess was right. There must be good things here. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people digging here. The ground began to be uneven. Some of them were formed by digging, but most of them were naturally formed potholes. There were countless pieces of gravel on the ground. The big ones were as big as wash basins, and the small ones were as small as fingertip. They were all pebbles. As he went deeper, the grassland behind him gradually disappeared. He could only see a green horizon. Then, Lei Xingfeng saw pebbles that looked like sand dunes. Piles of them appeared in front of him. There were even more traces of seals here. Occasionally, Lei Xingfeng could see seal nodes. Of course, this kind of seal nodes wouldn't be a problem even if he touched them. This was because the seals were basically out of shape. Touching them wouldn't cause any seal reaction. Lei Xingfeng couldn't continue walking. If he stepped down, he would sink into the pebbles. Therefore, he had to fly. However, he didn't fly high. Instead, he flew about 7 or 8 meters above the ground. After flying for a short distance, he saw a human silhouette moving in the distance along with a slight trembling sound. He was already very familiar with this sound and the movement of a human silhouette. It was a battle. This time, Xianfeng didn't leave, but flew towards the battle. It was a simple conjecture. If there was a battle, there would definitely be benefits. Lei Xingfeng didn't want to fight in the past. However, he wanted to take advantage of the situation. This desire was very strong. In the past, Lei Xingfeng didn't like fighting. However, after overlaying Lei Yin and learning the secrets of Lei Yin's seal growth, he gradually fell in love with fighting. This had clear benefits for Lei Yin's development. If he wanted to improve, he had to fight. The previous battle with Wu Qi allowed him to resolve some of the problems in his previous cultivation. He allowed Lei Yin's newly added seal clusters to fuse with other seals. This wasn't a goal that could be achieved through cultivation. Only battle could fuse them. Even a simple battle was different. When Lei Xingfeng flew closer, he saw a familiar face. Ai Yao, a great expert with 6 true ring bodies. Lei Xingfeng's heart tightened. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to because the two sides immediately stopped when they saw Lei Xingfeng fly over. They both stared at Lei Xingfeng. Ai Yao's opponent was clearly also a true ring expert. The two were evenly matched. Lei Xingfeng then saw a large pit. The light emitting from it was extremely intense. This was a peak-grade mine. As for what was inside, Lei Xingfeng didn't know for now. The battles here basically revolved around resources. You snatch from me, I snatch from you. This was basically the norm. The stronger cultivators had a huge advantage. When Ai Yao saw Lei Xingfeng, he couldn't help but feel a headache. He knew very well that the opponent was weaker than him, but the opponent's battle skills were simply incredible. Even he had suffered a great loss. He really didn't want to fight with such a natural expert. It was too sullen and too disadvantageous. Lei Xingfeng hurriedly released his true body. He couldn't help but regret it. If it was someone of similar strength, he wouldn't care. But the opponent was a true ring expert. The difference in strength was too great. Escaping wasn't an option, so he released his true body first. Seeing Xianfeng's true body, Ai Yao couldn't help but laugh loudly. Little brat, you really know how to run. You actually ran all the way here and even released your true body. Do you want to fight? Lei Xingfeng curled his lips. What's there to be cocky about? Didn't I beat you like a dead dog? You think you're amazing with 6 true ring bodies? I beat you all the same. Even if he couldn't beat them, he couldn't back down. Even if he was a dead duck, he had to be stubborn. So he didn't hold back. The person opposite Ai Yao was dumbfounded. What did he mean? He looked at Lei Xingfeng carefully and said, 3 true ring? Lei Xingfeng thought to himself. Nonsense, why did he ask when it was so obvious? Ai Yao said, of course 3 true ring. The person opposite him was shocked. 3 true ring, that arrogant? Oh right, you fought him before? Ai Yao's expression changed slightly. The battle with Xianfeng was a humiliation to him. An expert with 6 true ring bodies was beaten by a 3rd true ring body to the point that he couldn't even retaliate. In the end, he was even tricked by Xianfeng and fell into the huge hole. What could he say? Lei Xingfeng's eyes spun. He knew that he couldn't offend 2 experts at the same time. If the two joined forces, he would really be courting death. Ai Yao snorted and didn't say anything. The man on the other side revealed a shocked expression. Ai Yao didn't reply, which meant that Xianfeng wasn't speaking nonsense. How could a practitioner with 3 true ring bodies beat up an expert with 6 true ring bodies? This was impossible, the difference was too great. Lei Xingfeng slowly retreated a few steps. A steel rod appeared in his hand. No matter what, he had to take out his weapon first. Chapter 902. Ai Yao said, Wan Yuan, if you have the ability, fight him and you'll know what's going on. The opponent said, Ai Yao, what do you mean? You said I can't beat him? Are you kidding me? I can't beat a guy with 3 true ring bodies? Ai Yao said coldly, don't think you're so great just because you have 6 true ring. That guy can beat you to a pulp. Thinking back to that scene, he was still traumatized. That attack was too strange and impossible to guard against. Wan Yuan didn't believe it at all. In his entire life, he had never seen a 3-ringed cultivator who could fight a 6-ringed cultivator. According to his common sense, Even a 4-ringed or 5-ringed cultivator wouldn't be able to fight a 6-ringed cultivator, let alone a 3-ringed cultivator. Ai Yao said, "You'll know once you try." Haha, don't say you don't dare. Lei Xingfeng's eyelids twitched. This old thing was up to no good. He said, "Ai Yao, why don't we fight? Let him take a look and he will know." Wang Yuan was already eager to try. No matter what, Lei Xingfeng was just a 3-ringed cultivator who could be sent flying with one punch. But after hearing Lei Xingfeng's words, he thought that it made sense. If he let Lei Xingfeng fight with Ai Yao, everything would be clear. Ai Yao wasn't stupid. He had fought with Xian Feng before and knew that this little fellow was hard to deal with. Wanting to hit his real body was extremely difficult, and even if he did, the little fellow would dodge it. Thinking about it made him depressed. How could he be fooled? Ai Yao smiled. "Little guy, we know each other. Then there's no need to fight. If you want to fight, it's better to fight him." Xian Feng gritted his teeth. He didn't want to fight with Moya or Wang Yuan. The two of them were both experts with 6th-ringed bodies. The difference in their levels was there. No matter what, as long as they fought, he would be at a disadvantage. Ai Yao didn't want to let Lei Xingfeng go. He said, "Wang Yuan, don't tell me you don't even dare to fight a little guy." Wang Yuan was even more puzzled. Was Lei Xingfeng really that special? He became a little more vigilant, but he still did not take it to heart. After all, the gap between them was there, and he did not think that he could not defeat Lei Xingfeng. Ai Yao's look of disdain made Xian Feng grit his teeth. Not knowing what to say, this old thing just wanted to see the world in chaos. He had no choice but to fight. Wang Yuan said, "All right, little guy. If you can block one of my attacks, you pass." In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. Lei Xingfeng sighed in his heart. He knew that he had no choice but to fight. Once the fight started, he didn't believe that his opponent would only attack once. There was no reasoning in a fight. Since they were going to fight, Lei Xingfeng had no way of dodging, so he might as well be generous. He raised the giant steel rod with one hand and pointed it at Wang Yuan. "Come." Wang Yuan said in surprise, "This kid is not bad. He dares to challenge a 6th-ring master. Seems interesting." Ai Yao smiled sinisterly and retreated. He deliberately dug a hole for Wang Yuan to jump in. Seeing him jump in, he was really happy. Lei Xingfeng held the steel rod with both hands as if he was holding a spear and pointed it at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan sneered. He couldn't help but laugh. With such a difference in level, the other party actually had the courage to fight him. He didn't know what to say. Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to take the initiative to attack. He also knew that it was useless because he couldn't shake the other party's true body. As for breaking the true body, he didn't even think about it. He had to wait for the other party to attack before he could find a chance to counterattack. Thus, he held the rod with both hands and didn't move, staring at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan said in surprise, "You really dare to fight me? Good. Come on then. Take one of my attacks. If your true body doesn't collapse, I'll admit defeat." As he said this, he pounced on Lei Xingfeng. The rumbling footsteps were truly shocking. Lei Xingfeng stared at the other party's movements. He couldn't be careless at this time. He made up his mind. He definitely couldn't meet force with force. That was courting death. Wang Yuan was confident that with just one punch, even if Lei Xingfeng's true body didn't collapse, he would still be sent flying. Even if he didn't die, he would lose half of his life. This kind of contempt was deeply ingrained. The difference in level was too great, and this gave Wang Yuan a lot of confidence. Lei Xingfeng was extremely calm as he leaned to the side. At the same time, he stabbed his rod at the other party's arm joint. The joint here was different from the main body, and it wouldn't affect the other party's attack power. However, this bit of power added to the other party's arm completely changed the direction of the punch. The huge fist passed by Lei Xingfeng's head. Lei Xingfeng suddenly turned around and swung his rod horizontally, aiming at Wang Yuan's waist. Pa! Boom! This force was completely unable to break through Wang Yuan's defense, but it successfully added a huge push to Wang Yuan, allowing him to continue charging forward. Even if he wanted to control his footsteps, it was difficult to do so. After all, his body was too heavy. Like the wind, he rushed past Lei Xingfeng's side. Lei Xingfeng had already turned around and followed behind Wang Yuan. He raised his rod and smashed it down. The rod smashed onto Wang Yuan. Although the other party didn't move an inch, Lei Xingfeng didn't care. He quickly smashed his rod madly, and with countless lightning bolts, hit Wang Yuan's head. Boom! 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 Wang Yuan rushed over. When he threw out a punch, he was 100% confident that Lei Xingfeng would be finished. However, his arm was suddenly pierced, and the huge force was deflected. Then, he realized that Lei Xingfeng had disappeared. Following that, his head was hit countless times. Although he wasn't injured, he was still stunned. Then, he heard Ai Yao's unbridled laughter. Instantly, his face turned red. He turned around abruptly and saw Lei Xingfeng smashing his head with his rod. Roar! Wang Yuan let out a strange cry. This was truly humiliating. He was about to go crazy. It was too embarrassing. He pounced towards the rod. He didn't care about the rod's attack. Even if this thing had lightning, it wouldn't affect his movements. He had a crazy impulse to destroy Lei Xingfeng's real body, drag it out, and smash it into meat paste. This was the only thought in his mind. Lei Xingfeng saw that something was wrong. He didn't dare to retreat. No matter how fast he retreated, he wouldn't be faster than the other party's real body. Therefore, he dodged to the left. At the same time, he raised his rod and smashed the other party's leg. Wang Yuan didn't know that this was a trick. In an instant, his charging steps were messed up. After stumbling a few steps, Lei Xingfeng returned behind him and continued to hit his head with his rod. Actually, Lei Xingfeng was helpless. If it was the real body, this rod would have been enough to split open a ladle. However, the real body's head was completely made of energy. How could he break it? But he couldn't not hit it. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng kept hitting his opponent's head. Lei Xingfeng was overjoyed and laughed wildly. It was too funny. In fact, he was secretly surprised. He realized that Lei Xingfeng's strength seemed to have increased by a lot. The main thing was that Lei Xingfeng's movement speed had increased and his body was more agile. Lei Xingfeng wasn't trying to tease his opponent. However, when he used his methods, even if he wasn't teasing, he was teasing. Who would hit someone's head so hard? Moreover, his strength wasn't as good as his opponent's, but he kept hitting people's heads. No one could stand it, let alone a great expert. Wang Yuan turned around and didn't dodge. He watched as Lei Xingfeng's rod smashed down. Then, he took the hits and approached his opponent step by step. This time, his movements were very slow. He didn't even care about Lei Xingfeng's attack. Lei Xingfeng kept retreating. After a few hits, he realized that his opponent didn't care at all. Instead, he was getting closer and closer. If he was caught, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He would definitely be unlucky. Wang Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Are you done hitting? Let me hit you too." Lei Xingfeng thought, "Hit me? I can't even take half a hit. Is this guy's brain made of mud?" Wang Yuan took a big step forward. Lei Xingfeng jumped to the side and then turned to run. He couldn't fight anymore. Once the opponent was serious, as long as he moved step by step, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The key was that he couldn't shake the opponent's true body. If he could continuously attack and cause the opponent's true body to collapse, then the battle would still be meaningful. Both of Ai Yao's hands kept clapping. He laughed loudly and said, "Haha, Wang Yuan, you've lost. If he has 6 rings, no, as long as he has 5 rings, you'll lose for sure." Ha! This made Wang Yuan even crazier. Lei Xingfeng was filled with hatred. He couldn't shut Ai Yao's mouth. Wang Yuan chased after Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng wasn't running in a straight line. Instead, he was running in a zigzag pattern. Fortunately, he had cultivated before and his speed was much faster than before. Therefore, Wang Yuan couldn't catch up to him for the time being. Lei Xingfeng knew that it would be difficult to escape if he ran like this. The difference in strength between the two was too great. It was impossible to escape. Therefore, he wouldn't just sit there and wait to be captured. The front was relatively flat. Lei Xingfeng ran all the way. Wang Yuan shouted, "Brat, you can't run away. Stop, let me hit you. Stop." Lei Xingfeng wanted to scold him for being an idiot. However, the opponent was chasing him too quickly. He didn't dare to be careless. He focused all his attention behind him. The two ran faster and faster. Ai Yao laughed until he couldn't catch his breath. He laughed wildly. Then, he saw a shocking scene. His laughter stopped abruptly. Lei Xingfeng was running in front. Wang Yuan was chasing closely. Their speed increased again and again. Suddenly, Lei Xingfeng stopped. He squatted down without any warning. Then, Wang Yuan crashed into him. Then, Wang Yuan flew up. Ai Yao was dumbfounded. After a while, he burst into laughter again. Waha, ha ha, ha ha. He flew. He actually flew. Ahaha, ha 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 ha. Wang Yuan's flying posture was very ecstatic. It was like a hungry dog fighting for feces. He flew for more than 300 meters and crashed into the ground. His huge head created a hole in the pile of pebbles. Lei Xingfeng didn't even look. He turned around and ran back. Chapter 903. While Ai Yao was still laughing maniacally, Wang Yuan had already climbed up. Although he had fallen down hard, it did not injure him much. It was just that his body was shaken. Sitting up, Wang Yuan could not help but laugh. He said, "Good lad, you are really sinister." His laughter even made Lei Xingfeng tremble. This hatred was formed. Actually, Lei Xingfeng was really helpless. Could he really let the other party punch him? He could not take it. Even if his real body could block it, Lei Yin would definitely be injured. Lei Xingfeng did not dare to take this risk. He could only try his best to deal with it. No matter what, he had to deal with it first. The only reason why Lei Xingfeng did not risk everything and escape was that he realized that the two of them did not have a strong killing intent. Ai Yao had suffered at the hands of Lei Xingfeng, but there were no outsiders around. He could still be thick-skinned. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, had been ambushed by Xianfeng, causing him to fall, but it didn't injure him. Beside him was Moina, so he couldn't ignore everything. One must know that the two of them had been fighting before, forming a small circle, causing everyone to be wary. Wang Yuan climbed up. For such a big real body to climb up, he still needed to expend some energy. Patting the non-existent dust, Wang Yuan laughed. His laughter made Lei Xingfeng's hair stand on end. He held his staff and was on guard. Ai Yao stopped laughing and stared at Wang Yuan. He was also afraid that Wang Yuan would go crazy. Wang Yuan slowly walked over and said, "Little guy, you have made me see you in a new light. Hee, ha ha ha." Lei Xingfeng followed Wang Yuan's advance and slowly retreated. He did not want to be suddenly pounced on by Wang Yuan. If that happened, he would cry. Wang Yuan said, "Give me a punch. This matter is over. Otherwise, he. Lei Xingfeng said coldly, "Do you have any shame?" Wang Yuan said, "No." Lei Xingfeng was stunned. There was no way to play. If the other party was shameless, what else could he do? Ai Yao could not help but laugh. Wang Yuan said coldly, "Give me a punch." Hearing this, Lei Xingfeng was enraged. He was also enraged and said in a cold tone, "Come and fight if you have the ability." Giving in was not Lei Xingfeng's style. Most of the time, he was very calm, but when he encountered unreasonable people, he was even more unreasonable than the other party. Wang Yuan said, "No matter how outstanding your battle techniques are, you can't hide the difference in levels. If your strength was on par with mine, I would hide far away. But now, Haha, I'll rely on this to crush you. What can you do? It had to be said that Wang Yuan had grasped the crux of the matter. No matter how Lei Xingfeng fought, he would not be able to hurt his opponent. On the other hand, Lei Xingfeng only needed one attack to heavily injure him. This was Wang Yuan's greatest confidence, his greatest reliance. Ai Yao laughed loudly and said, Wang Yuan, I only discovered today that you're very shameless. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yuan said, You're also a good-for-nothing. You're even more of a bastard than me. He now understood that he had fallen for Ai Yao's trick. Once he went up, there was no way out. He was forced to fight Lei Xingfeng. He had no choice but to fight. Actually, although Wen Yuan's strength was strong, it was because of his high level. Xian Feng, on the other hand, was different. Xian Feng's restrictions were strong because of his lightning stamp, while the restrictions of other practitioners were all wild. Xian Feng's restrictions, on the other hand, were cultivated by himself. One was disorderly, the other was orderly. It was hard to say which was better, but in the beginning, Lei Xingfeng definitely benefited more. This was also the real reason why he could contend with a six-ring cultivator. Most importantly, Lei Xingfeng's speed could keep up, or even be faster. This was due to the formation of restrictions and Little Kong's effect. Lei Xingfeng slowly retreated. Wang Yuan cursed Ai Yao, then said to Lei Xingfeng, Don't think about running. If you don't give me a punch, I won't let you off today. Lei Xingfeng endured and endured, but in the end, he couldn't take it anymore. He said, Idiot! Ai Yao let out a strange laugh. He was about to go crazy. Lei Xingfeng called him an idiot and he really agreed with it. Wang Yuan finally couldn't stay calm after being called an idiot. He shouted, Well said. I'll beat you to death. He leaped forward. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to tear Lei Xingfeng to shreds. Lei Xingfeng felt helpless, but he had been forced to this point. He had to use all his strength to contend. No matter what, he couldn't take a punch from the other. This was completely unacceptable. More accurately, his true body couldn't take it at all. He would be beaten to death. He also charged forward wildly. There was no other way. He had to charge forward. He had to move in the opposite direction to act according to the situation. Wang Yuan was similar to the cultivators here. When they fought, they clumsily clashed head-on. There were no techniques or ideas. They had all learned how to fight from a young age. This habit had long been ingrained in his bones. Even if he saw Lei Xingfeng's various moves in battle, it was still very difficult to learn. However, this kind of fighting style had some advantages. For example, it could gather all the power in the seal into a punch, or gather the power in the leg. As long as the attack landed, without equal strength, it was almost certain to be defeated. Lei Xingfeng's biggest headache was that he couldn't meet force with force. This made him extremely passive. Fortunately, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Most of them were techniques of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 caddies. Of course, he couldn't accept such a thing. Lei Xingfeng brandished his steel staff. This was much stronger than using his fists and legs. He forcefully used a set of spear techniques with the staff. Ai Yao, who was at the side, couldn't close his mouth. He was completely stunned. He had never seen someone use a steel staff like this. Wang Yuan was beaten silly. There were sticks everywhere. No matter if he moved or not, he would still be hit. Although he couldn't be injured, he would still stumble and fall. His movements couldn't be nimble. This kind of sullenness was unimaginable. Finally, he howled out. However, Lei Xingfeng's steel staff rained down like a storm. He didn't even have time to use his strength. Crazily smashing and stabbing in one breath, Xian Feng was also extremely tired. It wasn't that he was tired, but he had used up a large amount of energy. The restriction in the lightning stamp was also crazily growing. This kind of nervousness that came from his bones would definitely affect the growth of the restriction in the lightning stamp. With a strong sense of danger, The strength of the restriction was also crazily growing. It was a pity that Lei Xingfeng only had 3 true ring bodies. If he had 4 true ring bodies, he would be able to shake his opponent. Actually, Lei Xingfeng knew very well that as long as Wang Yuan calmed down, he might not be able to win. Therefore, he didn't dare to relax at all. He continuously attacked, making his opponent run for his life. Lei Xingfeng knew that this couldn't be sustained. Therefore, after his continuous attacks, he began to move around. He constantly dodged, and then looked for an opportunity to give his opponent a vicious blow. What made him most helpless was that every time he hit his opponent, if not for the large amounts of lightning on his steel staff, his opponent wouldn't have cared at all. As for the effect of lightning, it could slow down Wang Yuan, and Xian Feng relied on this slowdown to deal with him. Actually, the two of them were having a hard time. Wang Yuan's difficulty was that Lei Xingfeng was like a slippery loach. It was impossible to catch him. Not only was his movements fast, but his fighting style was strange. For some reason, he would be hit. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't catch him. This was like a clumsy bear and a nimble monkey. No matter how angry the bear was, the monkey would still be alive and kicking. Wang Yuan was about to go crazy, shouting as he pounced, and he was really pouncing randomly. Even he himself didn't know where he was going to pounce. He just wanted to catch them off guard. Xian Feng almost got hit a few times. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Lei Xingfeng didn't really enjoy this kind of battle. However, this kind of battle could also bring changes to Lei Yin's restrictions. Especially the nervousness in one's heart, it would affect the types of restrictions. Gradually, spatial restrictions began to grow on a large scale. Lei Xingfeng couldn't clear it now. He didn't have the time. His attention was completely focused on Wang Yuan. Who knew what would happen if he was ambushed by this guy? He didn't dare to be careless. Ai Yao discovered a secret. Lei Xingfeng's speed was getting faster and faster. It didn't seem like he was releasing his true body at all. One had to know that a true body was very heavy. Even if it was at the level of a 6-ring true body, it wasn't very easy to move. But Lei Xingfeng's current movements were like moving clouds and flowing water. It was as if his true body was moving. This made Ai Yao very surprised. This kind of fast movement ability was enough to dodge most of Wang Yuan's attacks. Lei Xingfeng used his steel rod to hit Wang Yuan's head repeatedly. This guy was screaming, but he also succeeded in making him unable to use his attack power. Ai Yao gradually couldn't laugh anymore. Lei Xingfeng's battle techniques had shocked him. Wang Yuan suddenly stood still. Lei Xingfeng ruthlessly swung his rod at Wang Yuan's thick neck, causing his head to tilt. Wang Yuan only used his hand to fan it, as if he was swatting a fly. Lei Xingfeng didn't dare let him touch the steel rod. He knew that once the opponent grabbed the steel rod, this weapon wouldn't be his anymore. It would definitely be snatched away. Retreating a few steps to increase the distance between them, Xian Feng's main body panted rapidly. In just a short 10 minutes, he had used up a large amount of energy. Luckily, he had a large amount of energy stored. This amount of energy was nothing to him. Panting non-stop, Lei Xingfeng leaned on the steel rod and stared at Wang Yuan, guarding against him suddenly going berserk. Wang Yuan kept shaking his head. He sighed and said, "Good boy, this is the first time I've seen such a freak. He's actually a 3-ring fighter against a 6-ring fighter, and I can't even hit him. Amazing!" He waved his hand as if he had accepted his fate. Ai Yao laughed loudly and said, "It was really as I said. Wang Yuan, you lost, right?" Wang Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, I can't hit him, so it's his win. Of course, if we meet force with force, he'll definitely lose." Ai Yao said, "Nonsense, he's only a 3-ring fighter. If you meet force with force, you'll be courting death." Wang Yuan took 2 steps forward and said, "I didn't think that a battle could be fought like this." He took a few more steps as he spoke. Lei Xingfeng suddenly realized that he was only a few steps away from Wang Yuan. Immediately, alarm bells rang in his head. Wang Yuan said indifferently, "But I'm still not satisfied." Before he finished speaking, he pounced on Lei Xingfeng. He was indeed not satisfied if he didn't touch him. Chapter 904. Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to let his guard down. When Wang Yuan approached while talking, he was a little suspicious. Sure enough, he saw Wang Yuan fiercely pounce on him. Ai Yao was also shocked. She couldn't help but say, "This shameless thing. It's really a sneak attack. Haha, I like it." The distance was too close, and the real body was more than 100 meters tall. If it really pounced on him, it would be like a mountain falling down. Seeing the real body pouncing on him, Lei Xingfeng didn't have time to dodge. His heart was anxious to the extreme. He didn't have time to do anything. He didn't even have time to raise the steel rod in his hand. He could only watch as the huge body pressed down on him. Moreover, 2 huge arms flanked him from both sides. It was a pouncing hug. If it hugged him, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't be able to stand with such a huge impact. Once he fell to the ground, Wang Yuan would definitely be able to crush Lei Xingfeng's real body. At that time, he would really die. Lei Xingfeng's heart was like a huge wave. That kind of anxiety and urgency, as well as the huge threat of death, instantly flooded his mind. With his experience, he knew that he couldn't break free. At this point, he could only fight with all his might. As for whether he could win or not, he didn't know. Boom! Ai Yao said in shock, What is this? Wang Yuan said excitedly, "I caught you." Then he exclaimed, What's going on?" Only then did he realize that he had hugged empty air. Moreover, he had fallen to the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Actually, even Lei Xingfeng didn't know why. At his most desperate moment, his whole body suddenly appeared 10 meters away. Most importantly, he appeared at Wang Yuan's side and avoided Wang Yuan's pounce. In a flash, Lei Xingfeng already understood that it was the spatial restriction that saved him. This was actually a spatial teleportation skill. However, the teleportation distance was very short. It was only 10 meters. For the real body that was 100 meters tall, this distance wasn't considered long. He successfully escaped from his opponent's pounce. Wang Yuan was lying on the ground in a daze. Originally, he was 100% sure that he could pounce on Lei Xingfeng. However, the result was hard for him to accept. It was too strange. Why did he miss? He couldn't understand at all. He was lying on the ground in a daze. Ai Yao was also dumbfounded. He could only stare blankly as Xianfeng suddenly disappeared and reappeared beside Wang Yuan. Although the distance was very short, he could clearly see the flash of a human figure, escaping just like that. Boom! Lei Xingfeng raised the steel rod with both hands and smashed it down fiercely. The rod hit Wang Yuan's neck. Then, as if he had gone crazy, he smashed with all his might. In an instant, smoke and dust billowed and pebbles flew. Wang Yuan struggled to get up. However, Lei Xingfeng's steel rod was aimed at his neck. He couldn't get up at all. Every time he arched his head, the rod would hit his neck. Although the huge impact couldn't hurt him, it still made his head hit the ground again. It was like beating a drum or chopping wood. Lei Xingfeng smashed again and again. Wang Yuan cried out. He used all his strength to support his arms and forcibly lifted his body. Even if his head was smashed into a mess, he still struggled to stand up. The feeling of lying on the ground was too uncomfortable. Ai Yao was completely dumbfounded. It was too dazzling. Lei Xingfeng's methods were too shocking. Wang Yuan couldn't get up. Every time he tried to support his arms, he would be smashed to the ground by Lei Xingfeng. The huge steel rod and the strength of Lei Xingfeng's 2 hands were too great. It was like a heavy hammer hitting him. Furthermore, it hit his neck, making him feel extremely helpless. Finally, Wang Yuan stopped struggling. He shouted, "Stop! Stop!" Ai Yao's mouth was wide open as he watched Wang Yuan admit defeat. He didn't expect such an outcome. However, Lei Xingfeng was frightened. Even if AI Yao shouted for him to stop, he ignored him and continued smashing. Wang Yuan's huge head was smashed into the pile of pebbles, and it was getting deeper and deeper. A voice emerged from the pile of pebbles. Stop smashing. You can't smash it no matter how much you smash it. Just now was a joke. Stop. Lei Xingfeng said hatefully, You F***king joke. Are you trying to scare me to death? I'll smash you bastard. Boom. Boom. Boom in one breath, Lei Xingfeng smashed his rod more than 10 times. He realized helplessly that he really couldn't smash his real body. He was extremely disappointed. Wang Yuan said, I admit defeat. Stop. Stop. AI Yao laughed. Stop, it's about time. Lei Xingfeng smashed his rod again angrily before retreating. He had no choice. He couldn't offend 2 experts. Wang Yuan climbed up from the pile of pebbles angrily. The characteristic of his real body was that it wouldn't be stained by dust. Hence, Wang Yuan didn't look too bad when he stood up. However, this beating also made him tremble in fear. If Lei Xingfeng was a little stronger, he would be in danger. AI Yao laughed mischievously. Seeing Wang Yuan get beaten up was simply too satisfying. Even his hatred towards Xianfeng was not as strong as before. Compared to Wang Yuan, he had only fallen into a large pit and was not beaten up like Wang Yuan. Lei Xingfeng was still on guard. Who knew if this guy would continue to go crazy? Wang Yuan had really calmed down. This beating was the first time he had been beaten up like this since he advanced to second ring. Although he was still unconvinced and felt that he was strong, he didn't want to be beaten up like this again. He waved his hand and said, You don't have to hold up a rod. You're strong. Although your strength is a little weak, I admit that you're strong when it comes to beating people up. AI Yao said, You're done. It's my turn. Lei Xingfeng's heart tightened. He took another step back and pointed his rod at AI Yao. AI Yao said, Why are you pointing your rod at me? We've already fought. Wang Yuan, our battle isn't over yet. Continue. Wang Yuan immediately cursed. You bastard! Is there anyone like you? You're looting a burning house. Although the battle just now hadn't consumed much of Wang Yuan's energy, this battle had drained his mental and physical strength, and he was extremely exhausted. If he continued to fight with AI Yao, he was sure that he would be at a disadvantage. Hence, he couldn't help but curse. AI Yao said indifferently, If you don't want to fight, that's fine too. Give this mine to me. Wang Yuan immediately knew that he had been tricked. He was provoked by this guy to fight with Lei Xingfeng. He thought that he could defeat Lei Xingfeng without expending much energy. He didn't expect Lei Xingfeng to be so difficult to deal with. Not only did he not gain any advantage, but he was also beaten up. If he wanted to fight with AI Yao again, he would be at a disadvantage. You bastard, can you not be so shameless? Lei Xingfeng looked coldly and suddenly said, Wang Yuan, if we work together, do you think we can snatch this mine? Wang Yuan was stunned. Before he could react, AI Yao reacted. If Lei Xingfeng and Wang Yuan worked together, he would be in big trouble. With Lei Xingfeng's fighting skills, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat him. With Wang Yuan's attack, it would be suicide. AI Yao shouted, Little guy, let's work together. I'll share half with you. Wang Yuan finally understood. When he thought of Lei Xingfeng's terrifying attack skills, he immediately understood. If AI Yao and Lei Xingfeng worked together, not only would he lose, but his life would also be in danger. If he was beaten down by Lei Xingfeng again, his real body wouldn't be able to withstand their all-out attack. Hey, I agree. Lei Xingfeng immediately relaxed. He was just a weight. If he was added to either side, the other side wouldn't be able to take it. Hence, at this point, he was finally safe. Lei Xingfeng was so tired that his head was covered in sweat. Although he was beating Wang Yuan up, the scene just now was actually very dangerous. If he was hugged, he would probably be begging for mercy. However, Lei Xingfeng had never begged for mercy in his life. It was really hard to open his mouth. Both of them stared at Lei Xingfeng, waiting for Lei Xingfeng's choice. Lei Xingfeng wasn't stupid enough to agree. At this time, no matter who he agreed to, the other would have to escape. Then, when the two of them were left, how could he get the mine? Lei Xingfeng said, "I'm so tired. I'll take a break first." He also didn't dare to withdraw his real body. Instead, he walked to the side, about a few hundred meters away, and sat down. He said, "Don't come over. I'll take a break." Wang Yuan and Ai Yao looked at each other. In fact, both of them had already lost their desire to fight. They turned their attention to the mine. Wang Yuan said, "I found this. I want 80%. Ai Yao said, "Bah. 80% for me, 20% for you. Why don't we fight?" Wang Yuan was furious. He said, "If you provoke me, I'll split it with the little guy and beat you away first." Ai Yao said coldly, "We still don't know who the little guy will cooperate with. If the little guy chooses me, you won't even get 10%. Alright, I'll take a step back. I'll take 70%, you take 30%. Lei Xingfeng looked at the six-ringed expert, dumbfounded. "You take 70%, I take 30%, you take 40%, I take 60%, you take 70%, I take 30%, you take 40%, I take 60%. Where was the demeanor of an expert? They were simply street vendors. Lei Xingfeng sat there in a daze. In fact, his mind was completely focused on Lei Yin. Just now, he had been suddenly teleported outside, which made him very suspicious. He relied on this move to escape, but he didn't know why. To Lei Xingfeng, this was unacceptable. He had to figure it out. Therefore, even if Ai Yao and Wang Yuan quarreled, he didn't care at all. Instead, he was immersed in Lei Yin, looking for the changes in Lei Yin's restrictions. Soon, Lei Xingfeng found a group of restrictions, and Little Kong was among them. Lei Xingfeng carefully observed this restriction and found that it was actually a pure spatial restriction. It was very complicated. Because he already had some understanding of spatial restrictions, he could still understand it. Slowly, he understood that it was this restriction that allowed him to escape Wang Yuan's attack. Chapter 905. Since Lei Xingfeng knew that this restriction was so useful, he immediately poured resources into it. Supreme-grade energy, various materials, and allowed Shao Kong to do whatever he wanted. This restriction was definitely a life-saving restriction. He wouldn't waste anything to develop such a restriction. After Shao Kong received Lei Xingfeng's encouragement, he began to perfect and strengthen this spatial restriction community and gradually expanded it. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan and Ai Yao's quarrel was also coming to an end. It was just that both of them couldn't agree to the last step. The quarrel was getting louder and louder. Wang Yuan roared, "I'll take 60%, you take 40%. I won't back down. This is the final bottom line." Ai Yao also shouted, "I'll take 60%, you take 40%. You take 40%. You take 40%. Not me. Don't you understand human language?" Wang Yuan roared, "What do I understand? You're the one who doesn't understand. I'll take 60%, you take 40%, you take 40%. Lei Xingfeng was still sorting out Lei Yin. In the previous battle, countless restrictions had appeared. Many of them were useless and had to be removed. Once they grew, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't be able to take it. Such useless restrictions would consume a lot of materials and energy once they grew. It was an absolute waste. Lei Xingfeng couldn't accept this kind of waste. A moment of delay would consume a lot of materials and energy. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng would remove them immediately. As for the quarrel between the two old geezers, he couldn't care less. One by one, the useless restrictions were quickly removed. The amount of materials consumed was also rapidly decreasing. At the same time, the energy consumption was also decreasing. The restrictions that Lei Yin had just created usually consumed the most resources. After removing most of the useless restrictions in one go, Lei Xingfeng began to identify them carefully. Some restrictions looked useless, but were actually very useful. Lei Xingfeng had to identify them carefully to prevent himself from accidentally removing some key restrictions. Lei Xingfeng identified them one by one. If he had any doubts, he would temporarily put them aside. If he didn't have any doubts, he would directly remove them. After busying himself for half a day, he finally finished sorting them out. His entire body seemed to have condensed a little. "I'll take 60%, you take 40%. Bullshit. You take 40 and I take 60. Occasionally, Lei Xingfeng would hear a few hoot. When he was done and came back to his senses, he heard the two of them shouting like fighting cocks. In the end, it was the same. "I'll take 60% and you'll take 40%. Lei Xingfeng stood up lazily and walked closer to the two of them. Of course, he had to maintain a little distance to avoid being pounced on. He said, "What, 6 and 4? Tell me about it." The two of them immediately stopped. Because neither of them was willing to take the final step, they remained in a deadlock for half a day. Even if their real bodies were shouting, their throats wouldn't hurt, but they still consumed a lot of energy. Wang Yuan said huffily, "Little fellow, go to the side. It's none of your business." Even though he had lost, due to the difference in levels, he wasn't really afraid of Lei Xingfeng. As the saying goes, once the scar is healed, one will forget the pain. This was his current state. Monster AI laughed sinisterly and said, "Little fellow, let's work together and get rid of this fellow. I'll take 70% and you take 30%. What do you think?" Lei Xingfeng didn't understand and said, "What's 70%? Wang Yuan heard it clearly. He shouted, "Hey hey, Monster AI, you old bastard. This is a matter between the two of us. Why are you dragging the little fellow in?" Monster AI rolled his eyes. "If I can't reach an agreement with you, I'll find the little fellow to work with. I can earn more." Wang Yuan said, "Damn, you think I don't know how to do it? Little fellow, let's work together and get rid of this bastard. I'll take 60% and you take 40%. Monster AI let out a strange cry and said, "Ah? You dog, how dare you ask for such a price? I." As he spoke, he pounced over and punched out. Wang Yuan had been arguing for a long time. His seal had completely recovered, so he was no longer afraid and punched back. Boom! A huge airflow spread out and pushed Lei Xingfeng back. He cursed the two old bastards in his heart. They hadn't even spoken a few words and started fighting again. Boom! 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 Lei Xingfeng was dumbfounded as he watched the two exchange blows. This was the true fighting style of the local cultivators. Punches and kicks. The two were fighting excitedly and even took a few steps back before colliding fiercely. Lei Xingfeng's eyelids twitched as he watched. Lei Xingfeng didn't approve of this kind of fighting at all. He had long formed his own fighting philosophy. This kind of head-on fighting was something only a fool would do. Pebbles shot out in all directions as the energy flew. Even though Lei Xingfeng was standing a few hundred meters away, there were still pebbles flying over and hitting his real body. The strength was so great that even Lei Xingfeng couldn't take it. He took a few steps back again. While the two were fighting in full swing, Lei Xingfeng was suddenly stunned. He thought of a question. Why didn't he take the opportunity to escape? But looking at the mine pit in the distance, he hesitated again. Should he join in and get some ores back? But he quickly reacted. There was no need. He was different from other cultivators. He could see the signs of ores. Finding ores wasn't difficult for him. Why should he be entangled with these two experts? After retreating for a while, Lei Xingfeng suddenly withdrew his real body and disappeared on the spot. Wang Yuan and AI Yao fought until the sky turned dark. However, the difference in strength between the two of them was extremely limited. They were evenly matched. Only by exhausting all of their energy would they be able to determine a victor. The two of them fought for a while before slowing down. Ai Yao said, "I'll take 60, you take 40. If you don't agree, I'll beat you until you agree." Wan Yuan said, "I'd rather give it to the little guy than to you." Ai Yao then remembered that the little guy was still there. He shouted, "Little guy, let's work together and kill this old bastard." Wan Yuan also shouted, "Little guy, get rid of this guy. We'll split it in half." Because of the crazy fight, the surrounding smoke and dust were billowing. They couldn't see Lei Xingfeng at all. So, the two shouted until they realized that something was wrong. Because no one answered, a gust of wind blew the smoke away. When the two looked again, they found that Lei Xingfeng was long gone. Back in the mirror realm, Lei Xingfeng walked into the wooden shed and took out a reclining chair. He lay down on it without caring about his image, and let out a long sigh. He shouted, "Fatty, give me something to eat. I'm starving." Immediately, a servant rushed into the backyard. Soon, Jean Depeng ran out. Seeing Lei Xingfeng lying there, he said, "It'll be here soon. Can't you eat something to fill your stomach first?" Lei Xingfeng said lazily, "I was busy fighting with people. I'm exhausted." Jean Depeng waved his hand and went to the kitchen. He asked, "Who were you fighting with? Why are you so tired?" Lei Xingfeng sighed. "Expert, expert, expert. Sigh, what a powerful guy." Jean Depeng sat down beside Lei Xingfeng and asked curiously, "What kind of expert can make you call him an expert?" Xinfeng closed his eyes and spoke indifferently, 6 true ring bodies. Are they experts, 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 experts? Jean Depeng was so scared that he straightened his back. He knew what a 6 true ring body was. The strongest in the hidden sect was Lei Xingfeng, but he only had 3 true ring bodies. The difference was a bit big. Jean Depeng said, You fought with a 6 true ring body? You didn't die." Lei Xingfeng said, "If I died, I wouldn't be able to come back." Jean Depeng was even more curious. He asked, "How did you escape?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I didn't escape. I fought." Jean Depeng was tongue-tied. He couldn't imagine how Lei Xingfeng could still fight against a 6 true ring body. It was too strange. News of Lei Xingfeng's return spread quickly. Wu Yang and the others also rushed over. They had been organizing the ores in the warehouse. When they saw Lei Xingfeng, Wu Yang smiled. "The harvest this time is too great." The people who were organizing were all shocked. The amount of materials and energy here is unimaginable. A group of people sat around Xinfeng. Jean Depeng spoke. "Feng fought with an expert of an expert of an expert. He just came back." Wu Yang said, "Expert, expert, expert? Why does that sound so weird? What kind of person can be called an expert?" Jean Depeng said, "A 6 true ring body." Gao Yi said, "Nonsense. A 6 true ring body. A Feng only has 3. How could he fight?" No one believed it. Thunderstorm said, "Really?" Jean Depeng raised his hand. "Don't ask me. I didn't see it. A Feng said it." Wu Yang and the others focused on Lei Xingfeng's face. He was resting with his eyes closed, but with so many people looking at him, he still felt something. He opened his eyes and said, "It's true!" The crowd was in an uproar. According to their experience and knowledge, they all understood how difficult it was to fight someone of a higher level than them. Furthermore, the difference between 2 levels was like the difference between heaven and earth, not to mention the fact that Xinfeng was a true ring body. Compared to Xinfeng, there was a difference of 3 levels. How could they fight with a difference of 3 cultivation levels? Among cultivators, everyone knew that the gap between them was huge. Nothing could stop them if they were to crush the other party. Wu Yang was the first to react. He said, "You rely on restrictions to fight?" With this, everyone understood. With the help of restrictions, it was indeed possible to fight against a 6 true ring expert. After all, Lei Xingfeng's restrictions were too famous. Lei Xingfeng said, "No, I don't. It's a straightforward fight, face to face." Wu Yang was tongue-tied. After a while, he said, Impossible. Gucci also said, no way. Can you take a punch from him? Lei Xingfeng said honestly, I can't. I can't even take a punch. I can't even let him get close to me. If he hugs me, I'll probably be crushed. Gucci asked curiously, if that's the case, how did you fight and come back alive? Lei Xingfeng said, if I can't take a punch, then I won't. If I can't touch him, then I won't touch him. I just have to keep my distance and keep attacking. After all, the high-level cultivators here were very unfamiliar. Wu Yang and the others couldn't understand how Lei Xingfeng could avoid the opponent's attack. Chapter 906. Lei Xingfeng said lazily, in the future, you'll realize that among those of the same level, we outsiders are the real winners, hee. Wu Yang said, Feng, how did you fight? This was an important point, which was why Lei Xingfeng brought it up on purpose. He didn't want to show off his battle with a sixth ring sage, but he wanted the people in the hidden sect to know the characteristics of the cultivators here. Xian Feng explained the process of the battle in detail. It wasn't that intense, but the information he revealed made everyone excited. This was the difference between the concepts of training and fighting. It could be said that in the area where they lived before the hidden door, the battles were completely different. It was more intense, more varied, and different from here. Wu Yang was very surprised. So that's how it is. Haha, how interesting. If that's the case, I can also challenge those of a higher level. Thunderstorm said, that's right. They actually didn't have any battle techniques. How interesting. The people here are basically unscrupulous in battle. As long as they can win, it's fine. Lei Xingfeng said, not everyone is like that, but I'm sure that the majority are like that. So as long as you face it calmly, it's not impossible to challenge those of a higher level. Everyone was very excited. This kind of news was very exciting. Even if they were slightly weaker, they were all proficient in battle technique. Gao Yi noticed a detail. He said, Feng, you're saying that when the opponent falls to the ground, your attacks can't break through the true body? Lei Xingfeng said, yes, I can't break through at all. After all, the opponent has a sixth ring sage. Even if he stood there and let me hit him, it wouldn't be a problem. The difference in level is just too great. Wu Yang said, but how can you win? Lei Xingfeng said, it's very simple, but also very difficult. Make the opponent unable to fight back. Wu Yang and the others pondered for a long time and couldn't help but shake their heads. It was almost impossible. Even if the other party attacked randomly, they would be exhausted from running for their lives. When the other party used strength to crush them, it was very difficult to resist. Thunderstorm also said, it's too difficult. I can't imagine how to fight. Maybe after watching a Feng fight, I'll understand the mystery. Gucci was silent for a while and said, it's too dangerous. If you get punched by the opponent, you'll lose for sure. If you get hugged, the result will be the same. Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, yeah, I almost got hit too. If I was hugged, I wouldn't have been able to come back. Actually, if it wasn't for Shao Kong's presence, Lei Yin's spatial attribute restriction would have appeared, and he would have really been tricked. Thinking back to the scene at that time, he still had lingering fears in his heart. Wu Yang said, it's better not to fight this kind of battle. Feng, if you meet a high-level cultivator in the future, try to avoid as much as possible. This kind of risky battle is not worth it. Lei Xingfeng said, I know, but sometimes we can't run away. We have to fight, or else it will be very dangerous. Wu Yang said, if you meet a high-level cultivator, run away immediately. Don't worry about anything else. Gucci said, just enter the mirror world directly. With your current speed, the others won't be able to react in time. Thunderstorm shook his head and said, Feng wants to fight. Feng, I'm right. Lei Xingfeng nodded a little awkwardly and said, fighting can promote cultivation. The more intense the battle, the more benefit. This was a cultivation trick that Lei Xingfeng had taught everyone a long time ago. Everyone had experienced it. Only a real battle could promote cultivation, and the effect was very good. When they had nothing to do, some of the higher-ups of the secret sects would also compare notes with each other, but it was still a far cry from a real battle. Lei Xingfeng said, "The benefit of this battle is that I've completely digested the previous cultivation. Moreover, I'm about to advance." Wu Yang and the others were surprised and happy. Guqi sighed and said, "Feng, is there a problem with your cultivation speed?" Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "There's no problem. As long as the foundation is good, there won't be any problems." He was now the best in the secret sects, and his cultivation ability was also the best. Even his master had to ask for advice from him. Xian Zhaoluan hurried into the courtyard and saw Lei Xingfeng surrounded by everyone. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Great, Feng is back." As he spoke, he walked into the wooden shed. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Senior brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. What have you been busy with?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "The base, the production base, and the animal husbandry base. Both bases have been confirmed. This time, it's on a continent. It's very good there, and there are no outsiders. We've sent many disciples to search for it, and it's confirmed that it's an uninhabited continent. It's very suitable for production and animal husbandry. It's a very good base." Lei Xingfeng said, "The base has been confirmed?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "If there's no accident, it's confirmed. They're really preparing to move." Lei Xingfeng said, "I hope it can last longer this time. Let me set up the restrictions for the base." Xian Zhaoluan smiled and said, "Of course, I'm here to look for you." Lei Xingfeng said, "Are we going now?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "If you're free." Lei Xingfeng said, I'm free. Ancestral Master, Yi, shall we go together?" Wu Yang said, "I won't be going. There's still a lot of materials and ores to sort out." Guqi said, There's still a lot of things to do at the hidden sect. I'll go when I'm free." Thunderstorm said, "I'll go with you." Gao Yi also smiled and said, I'll go with Feng too." Lei Xingfeng looked around and said, "Little sister isn't here?" Thunderstorm said, "Yao Yao went to cultivate. She hasn't come out for a long time. It's fine. She's always liked to cultivate and Bude is always with her. She won't be lonely." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." Wu Yang and Guqi each took a group of people and left. Xian Zhaoluan gave Lei Xingfeng the coordinates of the mainland. As long as Lei Xingfeng had the coordinates of the mainland, he could freely enter and exit. Since he controlled the core of the mirror realm, he could quickly bring people over. Letting Lei Xingfeng bring people over was the most convenient and energy-efficient way. The group entered the mainland. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but applaud when he saw it. The scenery here was beautiful and misty. Lei Xingfeng actually felt like he was in Jiangnan in his previous life. He immediately knew that this was definitely the best location for a production base. Looking at the large primeval forest, Lei Xingfeng said, "We need to clear a large area. If we let ordinary people do it, it will be very difficult. Is this the place where we choose the base?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "Yes, there's a big river in front. There are no mountains in this area. It's just that there are a lot of trees. It's quite troublesome to clear them out." Thunderstorm said, "Just burn them all." Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "That's not good. There's a lot of wood. It can be used." Xian Zhaoluan said, "There are a lot of ancient trees. They're tall and big. It's quite difficult for ordinary people to cut them down." Lei Xingfeng said, "Let the cultivators cut them down and let the ordinary people clean them up. We also have a lot of big animals. They can be sent here together. They can be helpers." Xian Zhaoluan said, "All right, let's clear out a piece of land first. Otherwise, even if people come here, there won't be any space to build a base." Thunderstorm released his real body first. He had a huge axe in his hand. With a swing of the axe, he chopped down a huge tree. Most of them had their real bodies. However, the difference in strength of their real bodies was too big. At first, their real bodies were only 7 or 8 meters tall. At Lei Xingfeng's level, their real bodies were already 130 meters tall. When Lei Xingfeng released his real body, many of the cultivators who saw it for the first time were shocked. It was too big. Lei Xingfeng said, "This area is mine. You guys can divide the clearing area." Xian Zhaoluan agreed. He said, "Should I command or you?" Lei Xingfeng did not want to interfere with Xian Zhaoluan's work. He said, "Of course you'll command. I'll be responsible for the hard work." Haha. Xian Zhaoluan nodded and said, "All right, I'll command." He was originally in charge of this matter, so he had already arranged everything. The size of the entire base and the allocation of personnel were all done by him. Lei Xingfeng took out his machete. It was a huge, edgeless machete. When Lei Xingfeng took it out, the surrounding people couldn't help but gasp. It was too big. This machete was simply too big. Many people thought that if this machete were to hit them, they would probably be finished in an instant. Many people's eyes were filled with awe. Lei Xingfeng was already worthy of being the #1 expert of the hidden sect. He was indeed extraordinary. Even the weapon he took out was so terrifying. Lei Xingfeng swung the machete slightly. The machete made a whooshing sound as it cut through the air. He smiled and said, "Let's begin." As he said that, he walked into the forest with the machete. The trees here had been in production for countless years. There were even trees with diameters of 7 or 8 meters everywhere. The huge trees were covered with vines and the dense branches and leaves in the forest. If he did not release his real body, it would be very difficult to enter. His real body was huge, so it was easy to see everything in the forest. Moreover, when he walked, trees with diameters of 1 or 2 meters would immediately fall down as soon as his real body bumped into them. It was as if a huge tank had rushed into the small forest. Anything that stood in his way was knocked away by his real body. With one step, countless trees were trampled down. The birds in the forest were frightened and the beasts fled. Lei Xingfeng took a look and then squatted down. After all, his real body was too tall. Holding the machete's handle with one hand, Lei Xingfeng twisted his body slightly. He suddenly spun the machete and swept it out while sticking close to the ground. The machete, which was dozens of meters long, was no joke. With a sweep of the machete, everything under the edge of the machete was cut in half. Then, Lei Xingfeng took the machete with his other hand and swept it out again. Only then did he stand up. With a stomp of his foot, countless cracking sounds could be heard. Huge trees began to fall down. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Smoke and dust rose. The trees surrounding Lei Xingfeng all fell down. Chapter 907. A small piece of empty land appeared. Of course, the ground was filled with fallen trees. Lei Xingfeng ignored them and walked forward for 100 meters. He squatted down and waved his machete once. Everyone looked at Lei Xingfeng in shock. They watched him walk into the forest, and then a large number of trees fell down. Smoke and dust rose continuously. All kinds of birds and beasts fled in fear. All kinds of birds chirped in the sky and flew into the distance. The efficiency of cutting down trees was terrifying. Lei Xingfeng walked along a spiral path. Wherever he walked, all the trees fell down. Gradually, a large piece of empty land was cleared. Of course, the trees on the ground had to be pulled away and the roots had to be dug out. These were the jobs of low-level practitioners and normal people. Lei Xingfeng did not care about these small matters. Some of the trees that were 1 to 2 meters thick, Lei Xingfeng was too lazy to use his machete to cut them. Instead, he pulled them out and threw them aside. Once a high-level practitioner was used, the effect was not something normal people could imagine. In less than half a day, they had cleared out more than 10 square kilometers of land. Once the trees were cleared, they could start moving people in. Lei Xingfeng was busy building a simple restriction teleportation gate. After communicating with the mirror world, he did not care about it anymore. A large number of normal people came to this piece of land. As the people moved in, a large number of livestock were brought in. There were also all kinds of tools. The trees were cleared out and piled up in the open. Layer by layer, the wood could only be used after a few years. The materials for building houses were all sent by low-level practitioners. With the hidden Lewin space, it was not difficult to transport them. A large number of bricks and wood were piled up in the empty land. Many people had already started to lay the foundations and build houses. These normal people were all experienced. Anyone who had been continuously moving and building their own houses would become experienced. There was a set of procedures for building houses. It was fast and not messy. There were also many ready-made house structures that could be built directly. Looking at the empty space that had just been cleared, houses were erected one after another. It wouldn't be long before this place became a small residential town. With this small town as the perimeter, they spread out in all directions to form villages. This was a design method that they had been familiar with for a long time. As the population increased, they would continue to spread out until they encountered a restriction. That would be the time to expand the base. Everyone was very familiar with the construction of the base. Everyone was very motivated. The sooner they moved into the new residence, the less suffering they would suffer. The climate and temperature here were good, but it was still quite cold at night. Cultivators didn't care, and they could even use the mirror world by themselves, but ordinary people couldn't. They had to stay in the base, so everyone worked very hard. Generally speaking, the base was divided into families. Each family was given a piece of land, which was about 1,000 square meters. If you had enough materials, you could even build a house. This was something that the secret door did not care about. As the land was completely worthless, if it weren't for the sake of overall regulation, you could have as much land as you wanted. Except for the land that was specially produced for the secret door, every family had their own land. As long as you had the time and energy, you could farm as much as you wanted. Fortunately, after so many years and generations of hard work, even ordinary people had extremely strong bodies. The secret sect had never been stingy with their cultivation method. Anyone could cultivate it. However, due to the limitation of talent, most people were still unable to cultivate it. However, after the initial learning, even if they didn't have the talent to cultivate, the physical fitness of an ordinary person would still improve by a large margin. As a result, their descendants would have more people with cultivation talent. This was the result of the secret sect's deliberate pursuit. Over the years, there were more and more children with cultivation talent. In the past, for the ordinary people in the secret sect, if 1 out of 100 children had cultivation talent, it was already very delightful. But now, out of every 100 children, there would often be 2 or even 3 with cultivation talent. The higher-ups of the secret door believed that if they continued to cultivate, out of every 100 children, there might be 3 to 5 with cultivation talent. This would be perfect. Of course, out of these children, there were very few who had excellent talent. If there was one such person in a generation, the higher-ups of the secret door would be very excited. Generally speaking, it was very rare for a generation of children to have such outstanding talent. Ever since the secret door left their hometown, there were no more than 3 such children, and they were all focused on cultivating. This was the advantage of having a base and having the mirror realm. They would always have a base. Even if they were forced to migrate, as long as they settled down a little, they could find a suitable place, prepare a base, and then completely settle down. Lei Xingfeng finally stopped. He alone had opened up 1/3 of the base's area. Of course, after he left, others would continue to open up bases. They would only stop when they had enough land for planting and breeding. This process would be quite long. Of course, Lei Xingfeng didn't have to participate in the whole process. In fact, he only had one task, and that was to set up restrictions. He would encircle the designated area with restrictions, not only to the outside but also to the inside. This restriction was to prevent people and animals from entering and leaving. In order for the base to remain hidden and lasting, restrictions were absolutely necessary. After discussing with Xian Zhaoluan for a long time, Lei Xingfeng said that he should draw a larger restriction circle, as much as possible to give more land for the people in the base to live and produce. This was to prevent the population from growing rapidly in the future, and when they found that there wasn't enough land, they would have to start from scratch again. The most important thing was that Lei Xingfeng had to come back and set up restrictions again. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng would rather set up a larger restriction circle from the beginning. After so many years of learning, coupled with the influence of restrictions on Lei Yin, his understanding of restrictions had reached a terrifying level. Lei Xingfeng was followed by a large group of cultivators who were interested in restrictions. They were all restriction masters specially trained by the hidden sect. Because of Lei Xingfeng's understanding of restrictions, he knew that they had reached a high level. Therefore, low-level cultivators had to learn restrictions from the beginning of their cultivation. During this period, talented disciples who were good at restrictions would be specially trained by the hidden sect. Therefore, when Lei Xingfeng went to set up restrictions in the base, these disciples were all sent out by Wu Yang. One of them was to learn from Lei Xingfeng, while the other was to be his assistant. With so many disciples, Lei Xingfeng didn't have to work so hard. He led a large group of disciples and set up restrictions along the way. He even had to give some explanations from time to time. This time, not only did they set up restrictions, Lei Xingfeng also set up forbidden space towers. Although the cultivators here were extremely strong, they couldn't block the attacks of the forbidden space towers without their true bodies. They had to land and release their true bodies, unless they encountered a ninth ring sage expert. A ninth ring sage expert could release their true bodies and fly. That was the true power. But would a ninth ring sage expert be interested in a place like this? That was impossible. Every 1,000 meters, a forbidden space tower had to be built. This consumed a lot of everyone's energy. There were 3 types of restrictions. The outermost layer was an illusion formation, the middle layer was a killing formation, and the innermost layer was still an illusion formation. Lei Xingfeng believed that if ordinary cultivators entered, unless they were extremely strong and could struggle in the restrictions, it would be very difficult for them to leave. The outermost layer of the illusion formation was to mislead people into the killing formation. Even if they were strong, they would still enter the illusion formation after breaking out of the killing formation. And the illusion formation's function was to mislead people into the killing formation. No matter who it was, once they entered, they would definitely feel like they were in heaven. They would think that there were countless killing formations waiting for them in the future. The restriction circle was huge. Even if Lei Xingfeng had a lot of helpers, it still took him more than 70 days to finish. But the forbidden space towers weren't so easy. Simply put, they didn't have enough manpower. There was a forbidden space tower every 1,000 meters. In total, they needed more than 370 forbidden space towers. The restrictions of the forbidden space towers weren't difficult to make. The key was the number. Lei Xingfeng was helpless. In the end, he asked for help from Xian Zhaoluan. He transferred another 1,000 cultivators to help make the forbidden space towers. Each forbidden space tower was more than 130 meters tall. It was made of rock and steel. The key was that it needed people to make it. Lei Xingfeng was also very tired. He had to make more than 370 restriction components and then install them one by one. Even if he could make 10 a day, it would still take him 37 days. Not to mention, the speed of making 10 a day was under the condition that there were enough restriction components. In the end, Lei Xingfeng distributed some of the simple restriction components to the disciples. He only made the more complicated restriction components and restriction hubs. These were things that the disciples couldn't make. After the restriction circle was completed, Lei Xingfeng was half dead tired. He decided to train the restriction masters in the secret sect. He really didn't want to continue the work of designing restriction circles. It was very torturous. After thoroughly organizing the Star Python records about restrictions, Lei Xingfeng gave the Star Python records to Gucci. Gucci was the most interested in training the next generation. After receiving Lei Xingfeng's Star Python records, Gucci immersed himself in it. When he read half of it, he found that the content became more and more difficult. Slowly, he began to not understand it. He gave it to Wu Yang. At most, Wu Yang understood a bit more than Gucci. But even if he understood more, it was still limited. The two of them had similar knowledge about restrictions. After finishing all this, Lei Xingfeng returned to his courtyard. He had Jean Depan prepare a table of delicious food to reward him for his hard work. The secret sect finally had a foothold again. Chapter 908. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but praise Jean Depang as he ate. "Fatty, it's been so many years. Your cultivation progress is very slow, but the food you cook, tsk, it's really delicious. After eating your food, it's hard to eat anything else. The difference is too great." Lei Xingfeng hugged a wine bottle and said, "After thinking about it every day, even an idiot can cook delicious food. What's more, we have the best ingredient. This is my hobby. As long as I can eat good food, I can put everything else aside." Jean Depang was a typical example of someone without ambition. However, it could be said that he lived the most comfortable life in the secret sect. He didn't compete for anything, had good cooking skills, and was very sincere to others. Therefore, he had a very high prestige in the secret sect. He had a large number of loyal disciples who searched for all kinds of ingredients for him. Most importantly, Lei Xingfeng and Jean Depang had a very good relationship. They were like brothers. Even if other people didn't like Jean Depang, they definitely wouldn't dare to provoke him. His background was very strong. Once Jean Depang personally cooked, the news would spread. Now that Jean Depang didn't cook so easily, how could he not cook when Lei Xingfeng came back and wanted to eat something good? He used all his skills to find the best ingredients and cook the best dishes. This wasn't flattery, but because he knew that Lei Xingfeng was a food connoisseur. In the past, this guy would cook by himself, but now, he basically just made do with what he ate. There was a pile of food on the table. With Lei Xingfeng's appetite, it was impossible to finish it. There were too many dishes. However, after the news spread, many people ran back. Most of them were senior brothers and sisters. There was also one person, Gao Yi. This guy was also a foodie. He stayed in Lei Xingfeng's courtyard all year round. Whenever Jean Depang cooked, he would come to taste it. The group of people ate and drank. Jean Depang was obviously used to it. He ordered his subordinates to continue serving the dishes. However, this was no longer his style. Lei Xingfeng praised as he ate, "It's really delicious. Fatty, if you spend the time you spend cooking on cultivation, I believe that your strength will definitely advance by leaps and bounds." Jean Depang said disapprovingly, "I don't want to fight. This kind of life is what I want. Eating and drinking is my ideal life. Nothing is more important than this." Lei Xingfeng also understood that everyone had their own attitude towards life. Some things couldn't be forced, so he just casually said a sentence and stopped talking about this topic. Thanks to Lei Xingfeng, everyone was able to enjoy a sumptuous meal. Everyone was satisfied. It should be known that Jean Depang basically didn't cook himself anymore. Apart from a few people, he would still enthusiastically cook for them in the kitchen. As for the others, his subordinates would cook for them. In Lei Xingfeng's house, Jean Depang was definitely half the master. The backyard was where he lived and worked. He was in charge of the main kitchen. Jean Depang sat beside Lei Xingfeng and said, "Afeng, I prepared some rations for you. Take them and eat them on the road." Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "The rations you make are the best." Jean Depang never denied this point. He smiled and said, Of course, I made them with great care. They can be stored for a long time without spoiling. You can eat them for a long time after replenishing them. After Lei Xingfeng finished eating and replenished some rations, he said, I'm going back to Sky Paradise. I'll continue mining. The mineral deposits there are enough for our secret sect as long as we work hard. Unfortunately, the people of the secret sect can't go there. Otherwise, the harvest would be even greater. Jean Depeng didn't understand and asked, Why can't we go there? Lei Xingfeng said, There seems to be such a rule. Basically, only those with 2 true ring bodies can go there. Moreover, the cultivators there have a habit of robbing. If the people of the secret sect go there and meet them, then their efforts will be in vain. They'll probably be robbed clean and forced to mine. Jean Depeng was speechless and said, Then forget it. You go, it's not safe there. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, It's not just not safe. I've already beaten it several times. If it weren't for my strength, I probably wouldn't have died, but I probably wouldn't have been able to escape from being half dead. The people around also gave up on the idea of going with Lei Xingfeng. It was too dangerous and would drag Lei Xingfeng down. After returning to Sky Paradise, Lei Xingfeng saw a huge pit. The surroundings were silent. Both Moya Yao and Wan Yuan were no longer here. He didn't know how the two of them had split the mine, but it seemed that they had already reached an agreement. Otherwise, the mine here wouldn't have been dug away. Lei Xingfeng returned to this place because there was another mine around this mine. The scale was a bit smaller, but this mine was quite good. Lei Xingfeng naturally wanted to dig it out. According to the way the local cultivators dug, it basically required a lot of luck to find a mine. They would dig a hole on the ground to see if there were any mines. Then, they would change to another place and continue digging. Because there were many mines in this area, they would always be able to dig some ore. According to Lei Xingfeng, it was like a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. It really depended on luck and luck. This was also why they would encounter people who robbed mines. If a cultivator had been digging here for a long time but couldn't find anything, and saw someone else dig out the mine they needed, how could they not rob if they were stronger? Lei Xingfeng quickly found a good mine and released his real body to start digging. There were many mines in this area, and the variety was not bad. Among them, there were a few mines that were actually thunder-type materials. This made Lei Xingfeng very surprised. Dig with all your strength. In fact, ever since Lei Xingfeng started cultivating, he had been dealing with mines. Along the way of cultivation, he had a history of digging. Every cultivator might be average in cultivation, but when it came to mining, they were all super skilled. They all had their own mining procedures. Lei Xingfeng was becoming more and more picky. Now that he was mining other than the best and the best, he basically threw all the other quality ores into the mirror world. The best quality ores were directly stored in Lei Yin, and the best quality ores were stored in the hidden Luan space. Lei Xingfeng would always choose the best mine to dig. To him, any underground mine was like a table. He could tell whether it was good or bad at a glance. This was also his biggest reliance. With this pair of eyes, he learned seals and saw through them. Others moved forward by fumbling, but he relied on his eyes to see the path ahead. This was also the reason why he was able to grow so quickly. Because there were many good ores, Lei Xingfeng was a little unscrupulous when digging. He dug out the best and the not bad ones. Lei Xingfeng gave up on those that were still valuable. He didn't want to waste time and energy digging for these ordinary ores. Soon, Lei Xingfeng found that there were people following him. They were digging the mine he left behind. Because they didn't dig all the way, if they dug carefully, they could still find a lot of things. 1, 2, 3. Xian Feng was shocked to find that there were actually 3 practitioners following behind him. They didn't come up to fight for the mine he was digging, but instead, they were digging the mine he had left after he finished digging, to the point that the 3 of them had even fought over it. Lei Xingfeng looked around and found that there were 3 cultivators with 2 true ring bodies. No wonder they didn't dare to fight for the oars. He knew that if a cultivator with 4 true ring bodies came, he would definitely fight with him. Ignoring them for now, Lei Xingfeng chose another mine to dig. This was an energy crystal mine. The quality was quite good. It was worth digging. Lei Xingfeng dug with his real body's hands. He was still wondering if he should refine a giant steel shovel. Perhaps it would be more efficient. At this time, 2 people flew over from afar. Seeing the 4 people digging below, they quickly landed. The moment they landed, the 2 giants appeared. They released their true bodies. Lei Xingfeng only glanced at them and jumped out of the mine. Because these 2 had 4 true ring bodies, with Lei Xingfeng's experience, they definitely wouldn't let them go. Of course, they weren't here to kill them, but they would definitely chase away Lei Xingfeng's group and steal the ores they were digging. Sure enough, the 2 quickly closed in. The 3 people behind them panicked. Seeing the 2 approaching, they quickly left the mine and retreated. However, they didn't withdraw their true bodies and fly away. It was clear that they didn't want to leave the ores they were still digging. Even if there weren't many ores left, it was still better than digging randomly on the plains. Their only hope was that the 2 didn't take a fancy to the ores they were still digging. After all, they were almost done. Sure enough, one of the cultivators jumped into a mine and checked it. He shook his head at the other person. The 2 immediately changed directions and ran towards Lei Xingfeng. Soon, the 2 arrived at the mine Lei Xingfeng was digging. Both of them were pleasantly surprised. It was an energy crystal mine. Even though there were many energy crystal ores in this place, they were all distributed in different spots. It was really a matter of luck to excavate them. Being able to excavate an energy crystal ore was already a very lucky thing. Therefore, most of the robberies here were for energy crystals because everyone needed them. Moreover, the more there were, the better. One of the cultivators with 4 true ring bodies said, "Brat, scram. This mine is ours." The other didn't even say anything. He jumped into the pit and reached out to dig. Lei Xingfeng didn't say anything either. A huge steel rod appeared in his hand, and he rushed over without hesitation. The person digging didn't even look at Lei Xingfeng. He knew that his companion would take care of Lei Xingfeng. Sure enough, the 4 true ring cultivators standing on the side sneered and rushed over. He shouted "Scram!" and punched out. Chapter 909. Lei Xingfeng's steel rod suddenly tapped on the opponent's thick arm, deflecting the punch. Lei Xingfeng had already scurried to the opponent's side. Because he was holding the rod with both hands, he pressed down on the side of the rod and suddenly bent his elbow. The rod followed the bending of his elbow and lifted up from below, instantly hitting the opponent's ribs. A loud bang resounded. The force was so great and the way it hit the opponent was extremely unexpected. In an instant, he was forced to retreat to the side. He retreated 5 or 6 steps before the impact dissipated. The next scene immediately caused him to turn pale with fright. Lei Xingfeng seemed to be beating a drum. He raised the huge rod with both hands and smashed it down fiercely. Boom! This strike immediately smashed a large portion of the person in the pit down. Caught off guard, the person's true body was almost shattered. He was so frightened that he screamed and tried to climb out of the pit in a flurry. Lei Xingfeng's huge rod swept horizontally, directly smashing him down. At this time, the person who was pushed back just now rushed over. The 3 cultivators with 2 true ring bodies in the distance were dumbfounded. They never would have thought that a guy with 3 true ring bodies could actually fight against 2 experts with 4 true ring bodies. Moreover, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Once Lei Xingfeng started to attack, it was continuous. When the opponent approached, he had already turned around to face them. He swung his rod and attacked crazily. The angle of his attack was extremely tricky, all from places that the opponent would never expect. Most importantly, Lei Xingfeng was faster than him. Not just by a little, but by a lot. This kind of movement speed really caused the opponent to feel despair. Relying on his extreme speed, Lei Xingfeng not only beat the opponent until they didn't know what to do, he also had the spare energy to stare at the person in the pit. The person in the pit wanted to climb out, but was beaten back several times by Lei Xingfeng's rod. Lei Xingfeng felt much more relaxed now that he had fought against a true ring body expert with 6 true ring bodies. Lei Xingfeng's attacks were basically useless against 6th ring soul masters, but they were very effective against 4th ring soul masters. Every time this kind of attack hit the opponent's seals would be unable to withstand it and would require a large amount of energy to repair them. In other words, every strike of his staff would cause the opponent's seals to collapse and require a large amount of materials and energy to repair. Lei Xingfeng was able to beat the crap out of the two with just a few strikes. Both of them were struggling bitterly. The 3 cultivators who were watching from afar were almost scared to death by Lei Xingfeng. How could they dare to take advantage of the situation? If the other party was unhappy, they would definitely be beaten to death. Oh my God, this person is simply terrifying to the extreme. His opponent is a 4-ring soul master. Yeah, how is this possible? He can actually fight above his level, and 1 against 2. He's still beating them to the point where they can't even fight back. This person is too strong. The 2 people who wanted to snatch the mine were beaten silly, especially the person outside the pit. He was beaten up by Lei Xingfeng's giant rod and was starting to be unable to withstand it. Fortunately, he had 4 true ring bodies, otherwise he wouldn't be able to withstand Lei Xingfeng's crazy attacks. Even so, the amount of energy consumed was astonishing. A large portion of the seals had already been shattered, and if this continued, the true ring body would collapse. He had no choice but to retreat. Once he retreated, Lei Xingfeng didn't chase after him. Instead, he continued to beat the person in the pit. The person in the pit was screaming in pain. He was different from the person outside the pit. He had no way to retreat. This pit was less than 100 meters deep, but it was extremely difficult to climb out. Lei Xingfeng waited for the person outside the pit to retreat, then immediately approached the edge of the pit. He used his giant rod to smash and stab with all his strength. In any case, he would hit as much as he felt comfortable. That man was too aggrieved. Not only could he not escape, he couldn't even dodge, he could only use his true body to block it. However, he didn't have a 6th true ring body, while Xianfeng had a 3rd true ring body. He was just a step away from it. His strength was more or less the same as his. Furthermore, he was holding a large steel rod. A strike from it caused his entire body to tremble, not to mention the electric arcs on the steel rod. Lei Xingfeng was like beating a drum, 1 hit after another, and with every hit, he shouted, "Hit! Hit! I'll hit!" The explosive sound gradually turned into a muffled sound, and the sound was completely different. The expert outside the pit also realized that something was wrong, and knew that if Lei Xingfeng continued to hit, his companion's true ring body would collapse. He gathered his courage and charged forward again. In less than a minute, the amount of energy consumed was enough to make his heart ache, but it also allowed his true ring body to recover. He desperately pounced behind Lei Xingfeng and threw a punch. Lei Xingfeng wasn't afraid of fighting head-on. The opponent was only a 4-ring true ring body, not a 6-ring true ring body. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't be in any danger. At most, he would be pushed back, but his true ring body wouldn't collapse. Thus, he unscrupulously twisted his body, and suddenly swept his rod horizontally, smashing it directly into the opponent's fist. Kacha-boom! With this attack, Lei Xingfeng's rotating body, along with the terrifying weight of the steel rod, directly flung it out. The strength was too frightening, and it shattered the opponent's fist. That person screamed in fear and flew back. This attack had completely destroyed his courage. At this moment, the person in the pit had already half crawled out. He arched his body, and the other half of his body was outside the pit. He was about to climb out. Lei Xingfeng turned again, and elegantly drew an arc with the steel rod, from bottom to top. This strike was aimed at the person's chin, who asked his huge head to stretch out so far. Puff! Boom! The person was flipped back by this strike, and fell back into the huge pit, lying on his back. Lei Xingfeng held the steel rod with both hands and forcefully stabbed it down. Even though it didn't have a sharp point, it still pierced the opponent, causing him to scream. This wasn't a scream of pain, but a scream of fear. Lei Xingfeng raised the steel rod again, intending to stab it down. That person screamed strangely, "Don't hit, don't hit, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. You win, you. Don't hit, don't hit." Lei Xingfeng didn't care and forcefully stabbed it again. With a pop, the steel rod actually pierced into the true ring body, but it was less than a meter deep. This meant that the opponent's seal couldn't withstand it anymore. Especially this kind of concentrated attack, the burden on the opponent's seal was even more heavy. In an instant, the opponent's seal almost collapsed, and the inside was a mess. This strike directly caused the seal to collapse. The person tried to stand up, but this strike caused him to lie down again. He shouted, "Don't hit, I admit defeat. What do you want?" Until now, Lei Xingfeng had been fighting with his head down. At most, when he attacked wildly, he would make sounds from his mouth, but he didn't say anything else. He held the rod and asked, "Surrender? Admit defeat? Since you dared to steal my things, you should be prepared to be beaten to death by me." That person was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had met such a domineering person. What made him the most depressed was that his opponent was only a 3-ring cultivator. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to defeat him, but why was he beaten so badly? He couldn't figure it out at all. Lei Xingfeng raised the steel rod again, looking like he would beat him to death if he didn't say anything. In fact, he didn't really want to kill him, but he couldn't take it anymore. He didn't even say a word, completely ignoring his attitude. That person said in fear, I. Don't hit, I'll pay. Lei Xingfeng said, "Just lie at the bottom of the pit and don't move. If you dare to move, I'll kill you. Just you wait." As he spoke, he turned and rushed towards another person. That person had been standing there for a long time. He had no choice, his fist had been destroyed, and he had to recover. This required time. After dealing with one, Lei Xingfeng was determined to deal with the second person. His confidence was now bursting. Using the large pit, he defeated them one by one. This gave him an excellent situation. That person was still standing there in a daze. His eyes were focused on his hand. The attack just now had destroyed his fist, and made him completely disappointed. He had to fix this hole, or else his real body would be in trouble. A large amount of materials and energy were rapidly consumed. He barely managed to repair his hand a little, but it wouldn't affect his real body. When Lei Xingfeng's rod came, a sharp whistling sound rang out. Only then did he react. His opponent was still there, and the battle hadn't stopped. He desperately retreated. If he continued to fight now, his real body might be destroyed. How could he dare to continue? That person said straightforwardly, Don't hit, I admit defeat." Lei Xingfeng said, "Very good, come here." That person didn't dare to disobey and walked over. Lei Xingfeng said, "Jump into the pit. Hurry." In the distance, the 3 cultivators with 2 true ring bodies saw that the battle had stopped. They gathered their courage and came over. The 3 of them were extremely curious. They wanted to see how Lei Xingfeng would deal with these 2 experts. Lei Xingfeng pointed at that person with his rod and said, "Jump." That person looked at the pit, then at Lei Xingfeng, and then at the 3 true ring cultivators. He knew that if he didn't jump, this seemingly gentle guy in front of him would definitely hit him with his rod. He sighed and jumped in. Although the pit was big, it was very crowded when 2 people with 2 true bodies went in. Although it wasn't so crowded that they couldn't turn around, they couldn't move freely. The 2 of them didn't dare to withdraw their true bodies. Once they did, their opponent wouldn't even need to hit them. They could just bury them with mud. Once they jumped into the pit, it meant that they had completely admitted defeat. This was equivalent to disarming half of their weapons. The two of them looked at Lei Xingfeng pitifully. Lei Xingfeng waved his rod nonstop. Every time he waved it, the two people's hearts would fiercely beat. It was really frightening. Chapter 9-10. Lei Xingfeng simply said, "Compensation." This was the rule here. You could rob, but if you robbed the wrong person and couldn't beat the person you robbed, there was only one way to save your life. Compensation. At the very least, you had to satisfy the other party, or the consequences would be dire. Lei Xingfeng viciously used his giant stick to hit the edge of the pit and demanded compensation. The three people watching from afar were drenched in cold sweat. This person was a cultivator with 3 true ring bodies? How could he be stronger than a 4-ringed cultivator and even more vicious than a 5-ringed cultivator? He actually dared to extort a 4-ringed cultivator. What was even more frustrating was that he was extorting 2 4-ringed cultivators. This kind of madness even scared the 2 people at the bottom of the pit. Both of them were in the pit, so it was very difficult for them to resist. As long as Lei Xingfeng went around the pit, they wouldn't be able to get out. Even if they were exhausted, they would be exhausted to death. Thus, the two of them no longer had any thoughts of resisting. Their only thought was how to escape from this perverted 3-ringed cultivator. Since they could use materials to exchange for freedom, they could collect materials, but they only had one life. This choice was very easy. One of the 4-ringed cultivators said, "We'll compensate." "What do you want us to compensate?" At this point, they had no choice but to lower their heads and compensate. Lei Xingfeng was overjoyed. He didn't think that he would be able to fight above his level, and 1 against 2. Actually, he was also lucky. One of them jumped into the pit, giving him a huge advantage. If both of them were on flat ground, it would take a lot of effort to win. How could he win so easily? Lei Xingfeng said, "First, I want lightning-type materials. The more the better." These words made the two of them relax a little. They rarely used thunder attribute materials. Usually, when they collected them, they would use them to exchange. However, there were very few thunder attribute cultivators. If they wanted to exchange or trade, they didn't know how many years it would take to meet a thunder attribute cultivator. Therefore, the two of them had a lot of thunder attribute materials in their hand. Lightning-type materials were of little value to them. They were tasteless, but it was a pity to throw them away. So under normal circumstances, they would collect the best lightning-type materials. Only the highest-grade materials were worth collecting. Normal lightning-type materials, the two of them would not collect them. After all, their hidden Luan space was limited, and they could not store everything. Therefore, when the two of them heard that it was a thunder-type material, they heaved a sigh of relief and began to take out thunder-type materials from their collection. Piles and piles of materials were placed at the edge of the pit. Lei Xingfeng was overjoyed after identifying them. He was about to advance in rank, and he had used up most of his thunder attribute materials. He didn't have much left, especially high-level thunder attribute materials. Lei Xingfeng's heart was blooming with joy. This was the feeling of a pie falling from the sky. However, he kept saying, "It's not enough, it's not enough." As he said that, he quickly put it away. The two of them bitterly took out the thunder attribute materials from their hidden Luan space, and then watched as Lei Xingfeng put it away. The three people in the distance were completely dumbfounded. They only needed one look to understand that this was extortion and robbery. Only when you have the absolute advantage and have the ability to crush others can you do this. In other words, if you don't give, you will be killed. Otherwise, no one would be willing to take out their own collection of materials. Lei Xingfeng was shocked. Because the thunder attribute materials that the two of them collected were all high quality and highest grade. The amount was shocking to him. Although he kept saying that it wasn't enough, he was actually cheering in his heart. He was about to have enough materials to advance. Very quickly, the two of them stopped. One of them said, "It's all taken out." After the other took out the last pile of materials, he said, "It's all gone." Xianfeng had originally wanted to extort more, but the materials he had obtained had solved the problem of his advancement, and many of them were more than enough, causing him to give up on the thought of extorting. He wasn't greedy, but he understood a principle: in this world, the stronger you are, the more materials you can obtain. Lei Xingfeng thought for a bit and said, "Forget it, it's over. You guys can go." The two in the pit probably didn't think that Lei Xingfeng would let it go so easily. They both let out a sigh of relief. One must know that if Lei Xingfeng continued to extort them, he could really empty their hidden Luan space of materials. He just needed to squeeze a little bit. Since he gave you a choice, life or materials, no practitioner could resist unless they didn't want to live anymore. Lei Xingfeng said, "You leave first. You stay in the pit. Wait until he's far away before you leave." At this time, Lei Xingfeng still maintained his vigilance. One of the practitioners climbed out of the pit. This time, Lei Xingfeng didn't stop him. He watched him climb out and then quickly walked away. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay, you go." The remaining guy obediently climbed out of the pit and ran down. He really didn't have the face to see anyone. He quickly ran as far as he could. He didn't have any thoughts of taking revenge on Lei Xingfeng. This person was too abnormal. Especially his attacks, they were simply unimaginable. Even if he had 5 true ring bodies, he still didn't want to continue fighting. After the two left, Lei Xingfeng waved at the 3 people not far away and said, "Come here." The 3 of them were stunned as they complained in their hearts. They were watching the show and saw a disaster coming. Seeing 2 people with 4 true ring bodies being beaten to the point that they couldn't even fight back, how could 3 people with 2 true ring bodies block a single strike from this guy? Therefore, the 3 were only stunned for a moment before obediently walking over. The 3 were in their true body state. In this place, unless there was no one else, anyone who met would have to reveal their true body. No matter what, the original body wouldn't be able to withstand an attack from the true body. Even a 2nd ring true body could kill a 6th ring true body. Lei Xingfeng said, "There's an energy crystal mine here. If you have lightning-type materials or materials that I need, I can give you this mine." The 3 were already confused by Lei Xingfeng's endless method. Originally, they followed Lei Xingfeng to take advantage of the situation. No matter what, Lei Xingfeng left behind a lot of ores in the mines. The quality wasn't bad. When they were digging, they would even find some high-quality ores. Therefore, the 3 of them followed and took advantage of the situation. Fortunately, Lei Xingfeng turned a blind eye to them, so the 3 of them followed with peace of mind. However, they didn't expect Lei Xingfeng to be able to fight above his level, and even win 1 against 2. He even robbed them. The 3 of them were extremely afraid of Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng said, "Withdraw your true bodies." The 3's expressions changed. This meant that they had to disarm themselves. Lei Xingfeng was also very helpless. After an intense battle, only by withdrawing his true body could he allow Lei Yin to recover. He also felt very uncomfortable keeping his true body out. The 3 of them hesitated for a few seconds before they understood. If Lei Xingfeng wanted to kill them, with the strength he displayed, it wouldn't make much of a difference whether they had their true bodies or not. There was a difference between 2 rings and 3 rings. Lei Xingfeng displayed strength that was even stronger than 4 rings. Killing them wouldn't take much effort. Soon, the 3 of them withdrew their true bodies. Lei Xingfeng looked at the small people at his feet and couldn't help but smile. Then, he also withdrew his true body. When Lei Xingfeng withdrew his true body, the 3 of them immediately relaxed. This meant that Lei Xingfeng didn't have any intention of killing them. Lei Xingfeng called out, "Come and sit." As he spoke, he took out a table and 4 chairs. Of course, his own chair was a recliner. After sitting down, he half lay down and stretched. "I'm so tired." The 3 cultivators with 2 true bodies sat down cautiously. Each of them looked at Lei Xingfeng with fear in their eyes. Lei Xingfeng laughed. "What are you afraid of? I didn't want to fight with you. I let you follow me. You took so many advantages. Do you really think I'm blind?" The 3 of them were so scared that they bent down. Each of them looked at Lei Xingfeng with pale faces. One of the cultivators said, We can return it to Senior." Lei Xingfeng said, "Why return it to me? I didn't forbid you from digging. I didn't want it. Just dig it up." The 3 of them were overjoyed. The cultivator said, Thank you, Senior, thank you, Senior." The other 2 also thanked him. Lei Xingfeng's words meant that he wouldn't pursue them. However, since they received benefits, they still had to thank him. Lei Xingfeng waved his hand and said, "This is an energy crystal mine. You can take a look for yourselves. I need thunder-type materials. Take a look and see how much you need to exchange for equivalent value." One of the cultivators carefully asked, "Senior, you mean to use this mine to exchange for the thunder-type materials we collected?" Lei Xingfeng laughed. "That's right. Of course, it has to be an equivalent exchange. At the very least, you can't let me suffer a loss." The 3 of them were overjoyed. They came to Sky Paradise for energy crystals. This was the most famous resource mining area. As long as they could find a mine, they would be rich. At the very least, they would be able to cultivate for a while. Of course, the premise was that they had to be able to find the energy crystals and successfully excavate them. Lei Xingfeng proposed a trade and not a robbery. This made the 3 of them very happy. To be able to meet such a senior was also a kind of luck. It wasn't that such people didn't exist, but that it was very rare to meet one. The 3 of them took out all the thunder-type materials they had collected. They also took out the materials that they didn't need and placed them on the ground. Lei Xingfeng found that the cultivators here were all very rich. Even those with 2 true ring bodies took out thunder-type materials that surprised him. This was because the quantity and quality of the materials were beyond his expectations. Collecting materials and mining energy crystals wasn't easy. The main thing was that it took a lot of time and energy to collect materials. It also required a lot of travel. It was really difficult to collect all the materials needed to advance with one's ability. Chapter 9-11. Lei Xingfeng didn't expect that a cultivator with 2 true ring bodies would be able to put out materials that weren't any weaker than the 2 who just left. He really struck it rich this time. He discovered that there were at least 17 or 18 types of materials that he had never seen before. Although he had never seen these materials before, he knew that they were definitely what he needed. The materials that cultivators looked for were actually the materials needed for the seal. Once the seal was formed, it would automatically choose the materials needed. The seal would be able to differentiate between what materials were needed and what materials weren't. It was just like how plants needed nutrients. What they could absorb would be automatically absorbed. What they couldn't absorb would be useless no matter how much they put in. Thus, the materials in the cultivation world were all differentiated by seals. After a long time, after someone sorted them out, the cultivators would know what materials to collect. Lei Xingfeng was very satisfied after putting away the materials that the 3 had put out. He now understood that it would be very difficult to collect all the materials needed to advance by himself. The best way was to trade with others. It was just that it wasn't easy to meet a cultivator. Moreover, every time they met, they would fight and kill. It was almost impossible to communicate with the other party. Unless he could defeat the other party, then perhaps the trade would go smoothly. After getting this batch of materials, Lei Xingfeng knew that he wouldn't have any problems advancing to 4 true ring bodies. He was in a good mood and said, "This mine is yours. How you want to distribute it is up to you." Lei Xingfeng finished speaking and left. The 3 cultivators looked at each other. The price they paid was too small, but the gains were too much. The three of them released their true bodies and jumped into the mine to quickly dig. They didn't dare to hesitate at all. Who knew if another high-level cultivator would appear? Once a high-level cultivator came, the three of them wouldn't be able to keep this mine. They could only quickly dig it out and store it in their hidden Lewin space. As long as they didn't want to, it would be useless even if they killed them. The three of them dug with all their might. This was a rather good quality energy crystal mine. The best portion had already been dug out by Lei Xingfeng, leaving behind a portion of extreme quality and high quality. This was the three's first time encountering such a good mine. They dug crazily. Lei Xingfeng flew forward for a while and scanned the ground. Silver light flickered in his eyes and soon, he saw a few glowing ore spots. He gradually discovered a characteristic. Although there were many ores in a place where ores were gathered, there were very few high-quality ores. In a place where ores were scarce, the ores would definitely not be wrong. There were many high-quality ores and very few ordinary ores. Lei Xingfeng was no longer in the mood to continue mining after obtaining such a large amount of materials. Just like in his previous life, when he suddenly received a large sum of money, the first thing he would think of was to spend it instead of continuing to earn money. Now, he had the same thought. After taking a detour from the Mirror Realm, Lei Xingfeng returned to the place where he had been cultivating. There was still a restriction protecting the place. Lei Xingfeng sat down and released Lei Yin. He began inspecting the restrictions in Lei Yin. The battle with the two four-ring cultivators had caused many restrictions to appear in Lei Yin. He began removing the useless restrictions. Actually, there was a gap between the third ring and the fourth ring. However, this gap did not exist for Lei Xingfeng because he had a ready-made Lei Yin. As long as the superposition was successful, the restrictions would connect, and there would be enough materials and energy. Everything would be done naturally. If he wanted to create a new Lei Yin, it would be more troublesome. This was not only an issue of materials and energy, but also the formation of restrictions. Lei Xingfeng stored most of the lightning materials in Lei Yin before beginning to cultivate. At this moment, the restrictions in the three Lei Yin were growing rapidly. Because there were enough materials and a large amount of energy crystals, the speed of growth was very frightening. The restrictions formed during the battle were growing rapidly, and they quickly connected to each other. This kind of growth consumed a lot of materials and energy, especially energy. Fortunately, Lei Xingfeng had a lot of energy, so he could completely afford it. After this cultivation, Lei Xingfeng knew that he had already met the requirements to advance. After this cultivation, he knew that he could advance. Taking out a prepared Lei Yin, Lei Xingfeng held it in his hand. He activated his own Lei Yin and began to connect with the Lei Yin in his hand. He was using his own Lei Yin to affect the Lei Yin in his hand and make it grow restrictions. As time passed, Lei Xingfeng's original seal grew restrictions, and the Lei Yin in his hand also gradually formed restrictions. Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin in his hand gradually began to tremble. It was attracted by the original seal and was trying to fly up. Lei Xingfeng knew that this was far from enough. He continued to activate the restrictions and let them grow bit by bit. The Lei Yin in his hand was already floating. Under the effects of the restrictions, it was slowly approaching the original seal that was suspended above his head. During this time, Lei Xingfeng couldn't interfere with the two. If the combination failed, the original seal wouldn't be a problem. However, the new Lei Yin would be finished. It would be impossible to use it again. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng was very careful. The rate of energy consumption doubled. Lei Xingfeng was secretly shocked. If he hadn't obtained a huge amount of energy crystals, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Now it was a piece of cake. One must know that during this period of time, Xianfeng had excavated many energy crystal mines. The amount of crystals in one mine was unimaginable in the past. Furthermore, these energy crystals could be used as soon as they were excavated. There was no need to purify them. They were already very pure, and the energy they contained was rather abundant. Relying on the huge energy reserves and the lightning-type materials that he had prepared, Lei Xingfeng's advancement was very smooth. There were no mistakes or flaws. When the Lei Yin in his hand approached the original Lei Yin, a large amount of lightning shot out from the original Lei Yin and struck the approaching Lei Yin. In an instant, a dazzling silver light appeared. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Lei Xingfeng looked at the Lei Yin that was about to merge. His heart beat rapidly. If he succeeded, he would become a cultivator with 4 true ring bodies. When the two Lei Yin approached each other, the lightning shot out from the original seal caused the restrictions on the other Lei Yin to grow rapidly. It was as if the two extremes were attracting each other. The restrictions on both sides grew rapidly. When the restrictions grew to a certain extent, the two began to slowly approach each other. Lei Xingfeng was completely focused. He stared at the restrictions on the two Lei Yin. This was a mutual power. Now that he was using lightning to communicate, the restrictions on both sides gradually became the same. The two Lei Yin were also getting closer. Lei Xingfeng's body suddenly trembled. The two seals finally overlapped. In an instant, the 4 Lei Yin merged and entered Lei Xingfeng's body. Immediately, Lei Xingfeng began to tremble violently. Electric arcs appeared all over his body. Lei Xingfeng felt as if he had fallen into a raging fire. His entire body was burning. This was Lei Xingfeng's first time experiencing the transformation of the Lei Yin's body. This time, it was very sudden. Lei Xingfeng was a bit unprepared. However, his tenacity was extremely good. He also had an extremely strong willpower. Even if it was unexpected, he clenched his teeth and persevered. He felt as if countless ants were crawling in his bone marrow. His skin was in intense pain. It was as if an ordinary person had been drenched in boiling water and was scalded. If an ordinary person was in that kind of pain, they would probably be finished in an instant. It was definitely painful enough to kill them. Lei Xingfeng's teeth chattered. His eyes instantly widened. He felt as if his eyeballs were about to fly out. His entire body was trembling violently. He couldn't even make a sound. The pain didn't last long. It was only a few minutes. However, Lei Xingfeng felt as if a few years had passed. It was too terrifying. When the pain receded like a tide, Lei Xingfeng's entire body was sweating profusely. He panted frantically and made meaningless sounds. According to Lei Xingfeng's thoughts, he had been roasted alive. Just as Lei Xingfeng was rejoicing that the pain had passed, a sharp pain came again. In an instant, Lei Xingfeng wanted to curse out loud. However, the intense pain made him unable to say a word. This time, the pain was slightly shorter. Lei Xingfeng could see that his arm was charred black. He could also see traces of electric arcs jumping on his skin. The second pain made Lei Xingfeng a little dizzy. However, he knew in his heart that he couldn't faint at this time. He forced himself to stay alert and turned his attention to Lei Yin. The 4 pieces of Lei Yin were completely combined and released large amounts of electricity from time to time. The pain in his body was caused by the electricity. One had to know that his body had already adapted to the electricity. However, it was different this time. The 4 pieces of Lei Yin contained too much electricity. Even his body found it difficult to digest and absorb it. Therefore, it created an effect similar to the body's transformation. As the electricity was released again and again, Lei Xingfeng experienced torment again and again. As time passed, he gradually began to adapt. After all, his body was of the thunder attribute. It was different from the others. If someone of other attributes was hit by this level of electricity, they would basically be turned into ashes. After enduring 17 strikes of electricity, from the first few minutes to the last few seconds, Lei Xingfeng finally endured. When the electricity in Lei Yin subsided, he was already exhausted. He didn't even have time to return to the mirror realm. He fell asleep immediately. This sleep lasted for 7 or 8 days. When Lei Xingfeng opened his eyes, he suddenly felt completely different. His whole body was nurtured with explosive power. That feeling was simply exhilarating. After getting up, Lei Xingfeng found that his skin was all scorched black. It was like a thick layer of shell. He reached out and wiped it. A layer of skin that was a few millimeters thick fell off. Lei Xingfeng felt disgusted. He immediately flew out. Soon, he found a river and plunged into it. After peeling off a layer of skin and washing for a long time, Lei Xingfeng found that his skin was extremely white and tender. His eyelids twitched. He was really not used to this kind of skin. It was simply dazzling white. After washing, Lei Xingfeng changed into a new set of clothes and flashed back to the mirror realm. Coming out of the courtyard, Lei Xingfeng habitually walked into the wooden shed. There were many people sitting in the wooden shed. Wu Yang and the others were all there. They all looked at Lei Xingfeng strangely. Lei Xingfeng said, "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me?" Chapter 9:12. Tang Ye said, "A phone?" Lei Xingfeng was puzzled. He asked, "Madam, what's wrong?" Tang Ye said in surprise, It really is a phone. How did he become so strange?" Someone took out a mirror and handed it to Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng took the mirror and said, "What's wrong? There's nothing on my face. What the hell?" Even Lei Xingfeng was shocked by the person in the mirror. His hair and eyebrows were gone, and his skin was as white as a ghost. He looked extremely strange. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Lei Xingfeng finally understood that the lightning had destroyed his hair and eyebrows. He probably had no hair on his body. Wu Yang said, "A Feng, what happened to you?" Lei Xingfeng sighed and said, "It's nothing. I advanced. There was probably a small problem when I advanced." He was a little embarrassed. He didn't have any hair. This was too unexpected. Fortunately, appearance didn't matter in this world, so he was relieved. Wu Yang said in surprise, "Advanced? Fourth ring?" Lei Xingfeng smiled and nodded. "I was lucky. I extorted a few guys and got the materials for advancement, so I advanced." Everyone was speechless. How was that possible? No one dared to say that they tried it out. The gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Lei Xingfeng ran along the path of advancement, getting further and further away from everyone. Therefore, no matter how many rings he advanced, no one would be jealous, and no one would compare. The level was too high, and there was no comparison at all. Lei Xingfeng said, "I just advanced. I still need some time to consolidate. However, fourth ring is no problem." Everyone's eyes were full of envy. This kind of advancement speed was unparalleled. It should be unique in the secret sect. Not to mention his fellow disciples, even his master and ancestor were envious. Xian Feng had grown up under their watch. They had never thought that he would reach such heights. Wu Yang shook his head slightly and said, "A Feng, you have to support the secret sect more in the future. Also, pay attention to the growth of the secret sect." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "No problem. I'll try my best to pay attention." Gucci said, "A Feng is already doing very well. Don't give him too much pressure." He had always been protective of Lei Xingfeng. Although this disciple was far stronger than him, in his heart, he was still the child he met. Thunderstorm said, "Yes, I know. A Feng has been doing very well. Recently, he obtained a large number of materials and energy crystals. Many of the secret sect's disciples have advanced. Let's not let A Feng train the disciples for now. It's best to find more materials. That's the biggest help to the secret sect." Wu Yang nodded in agreement. "That's true. It's a waste to let A Feng stay at home. It's better to go out and explore. Many of our secret sect's disciples have integrated into the local sects and obtained many cultivation methods. As long as we keep up with the resources, I think the strength of the entire secret sect will increase greatly. Anyway, there's no rush. We have plenty of time. The entire secret sect had always been in a dormant state. This state was the true foundation of the secret sect's development. This foundation was built on the mirror realm or the secret realm. Without these two, the secret sect would lose its foundation. Just like in the beginning, so many secret sects were created. In the end, the only one left was probably Wu Yang's secret sect. Lei Xingfeng had contributed greatly to the secret sect's persistence and growth. With the mirror realm and the secret sect's base, it was the true secret sect. Seeing that the secret sect had settled down, it was time for the secret sect's great development. Lei Xingfeng said, "We also need to recruit local children with aptitude. It's too slow to rely on our own people. There are too few children with aptitude." Wu Yang nodded and said, "That's right. We need the next generation of cultivators." Gucci said, "The children recruited here can be treated as outer disciples. Only children with outstanding potential can be accepted into the secret sect. This way we can maintain the secret sect's greatest mystery." Wu Yang clapped and said, "Hee, that's right. This way we can develop in secret until we become a giant. No one will dare to look down on us." With many high-level disciples, they would be able to obtain a large amount of resources. The secret sect only had one Lei Xingfeng. A true high-level cultivator would be able to obtain all the high-level materials and energy needed by the secret sect. The usefulness of a high-level cultivator was unquestionable. When Xian Feng returned to Sky Paradise, he saw the large hole that had been dug out. The 3 practitioners with 2 true ring bodies had already disappeared. Lei Xingfeng wandered around the plains. When he found a good or needed mine, he would dig and plunder it. Then, he would continue to move forward. It could be seen that many cultivators had come to this plain. The ground was also uneven. There were large pits everywhere. In fact, many of them were wasted effort and not worth digging. Lei Xingfeng sometimes saw 17 or 18 large pits dug on the ground. However, the spots with ore nests were undamaged. It was just that they didn't dig to the key areas. Lei Xingfeng had seen this kind of situation many times. Some people had even dug to the edge of the ore nest. In the end, they gave up. Among them, there were many high-quality and high-quality ore nests. These were all obtained by Lei Xingfeng. As long as Lei Xingfeng saw an ore of a certain quality, Lei Xingfeng basically wouldn't let go of it. As he walked, he continued to dig. Gradually, the plains began to rise and fall, turning into a large area of hills. The number of ore nests also decreased rapidly. In the end, he couldn't see a single one. Lei Xingfeng wanted to turn around and go back, but he saw a huge mountain peak. This mountain peak was extremely tall. It was like a conical sword that pierced the sky. This aroused his curiosity. He immediately walked over step by step. Before he walked far, he saw a huge figure in the distance. It was also walking towards the huge mountain peak. Lei Xingfeng slowly found that there were many similar figures in the surroundings. After counting, Lei Xingfeng found at least 5 or 6 people. They were all using their true bodies to walk. Lei Xingfeng thought for a moment and also released his true body. Who knew what dangers there were here? It was safer to release his true body, even if it would expose his body. Soon, Lei Xingfeng was surprised to find that there were many high-level cultivators walking towards the mountain peak. Along the way, he actually saw many figures moving in the distance. After walking for about half a day, the mountain became clearer and taller. Lei Xingfeng found a large number of restrictions in the distance. He couldn't help but feel excited. He really didn't care about restrictions now. Restrictions were no longer difficult. Lei Xingfeng's only question was why so many high-level cultivators were rushing over. Soon, he approached the restrictions. Lei Xingfeng stood and observed for a while. The restrictions here shocked him. There were actually a large number of spatial restrictions. Even he didn't dare to barge into these restrictions. Spatial restrictions weren't just for teleportation. They were also more effective in killing people. The most terrifying thing was that if spatial restrictions could be used to confine people, any cultivator with a true body under the 8th ring who didn't know how to use restrictions would be dead for sure. Walking along the edge of the restrictions, Lei Xingfeng observed as he walked. The more he observed, the more shocked he became. Because Lei Xingfeng was proficient in restrictions, he could see how terrifying this restriction was. Even he didn't dare to try to barge in. Gradually, the restriction circle caved in. It was obviously an entrance. As Xianfeng could see the edge of the restriction, he walked along it, almost sticking to the restriction. Very quickly, he noticed that there were people gathering in the distance. Lei Xingfeng found a very obvious sign. It was a series of giant rocks arranged in a row. This was clearly placed by someone. Lei Xingfeng followed the restrictions and found that this row of giant rocks was a guide. It led people to a specially left gap in the restriction circle. Lei Xingfeng saw 6 or 7 cultivators walking along the giant rock. There were still people coming from the distance. Then, Lei Xingfeng saw 2 familiar people, Ai Yao and Wan Yuan. However, the 2 were still some distance away. Then, he saw the 2 people with 4 true bodies that he extorted. The 2 of them had obviously seen Xianfeng as well, but they both turned their heads away, pretending not to have seen him. Lei Xingfeng didn't care. He slowly walked to Ai Yao's side and said, "We meet again, hee." Ai Yao was a bit embarrassed, but he was thick-skinned and was stunned for a moment. Then, he stared at Lei Xingfeng and said, "Kid, you have 4 true body rings." Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, I was lucky to advance. Good luck." Among these experts, a 4th true ring body could be considered a middle to low-level strength, while Ai Yao could be considered a middle peak. However, Ai Yao didn't look down on Xianfeng at all. This brat dared to fight with her when he was only a 3rd true ring body, and she couldn't do anything to him. Now that Lei Xingfeng had 4 rings, Ai Yao believed that if they fought again, he would be at a disadvantage. This kid was born to be a combat expert. No matter how strong he was, as long as he couldn't kill him in one blow, he would be a huge problem. Ai Yao said, "Looks like you got a lot of materials. Don't talk about luck. At our level, very few people advance by luck." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "Where are you guys going? Why are you all gathered here?" "Sorry, I'm from the countryside. I don't know anything," he said modestly. Ai Yao rolled his eyes. "From the countryside? Since when were there cultivators from the countryside so good at fighting?" Who was he kidding? Ai Yao said, "There are cultivation techniques inside. It depends on one's luck. Usually, as long as you enter Sky Paradise, you will come here to try. Maybe you will find a suitable cultivation technique. Even if you see other cultivation techniques, you can come out and trade with others." Lei Xingfeng was stunned. He said, "Cultivation techniques?" Ai Yao said, "It's fun inside. Haha, you will know when you go in. Oh right, a friendly reminder, don't run around inside. Once you get lost, it will be very difficult to come out. Haha." Lei Xingfeng said, "Other than cultivation techniques, what else is there?" Chapter 9:13. Ai Yao said, "Then it really depends on luck." Lei Xingfeng said, "What luck?" Ai Yao said, "If you're really lucky, you can get some spiritual items. That's really rare. Actually, most people who enter here mainly want to get some spiritual items." Lei Xingfeng said, "Oh, spiritual items. How many people will be lucky enough to get them?" Ai Yao said, "Out of 10 people, 1 or 2 will get them. It's very rare." Lei Xingfeng cursed in his heart. How was that rare? If he came here a few more times, he would definitely succeed. No wonder there were so many high-level cultivators here. There were spiritual items here, and spiritual items were a must for stacking seals. It was extremely difficult to get a spiritual item in the outer realm. Even if he went to so many places, he didn't find many. If not for the pagoda-shaped Lei-yin and his proficiency in restrictions, he wouldn't have been able to reach his fourth ring body so quickly. However, since he knew this place, Lei Xingfeng knew that he had to come here more often if he had the chance. He said, "If 1 or 2 out of 10 people come here, won't I get one after 10 times? I'll just come out and go in again." Ai Yao said, "Once a year. Do you think you can go in without any problems? There's a quota every year. It's not set by us, but the restrictions inside will automatically screen the people who go in. Who can control who goes in? Some will go in, some will be thrown out. Don't worry, you won't get hurt." Lei Xingfeng said, "So they're all here to try their luck?" Ai Yao grinned. "That's right. Basically, if you're thrown out, you don't have to think about it for now. Go to the plains to mine and come back a year later. Most of the high-level cultivators here are here to try their luck." Lei Xingfeng said, "You've been in before?" Ai Yao said, "Nonsense, of course I've been in before. I've been in many times. This time, I want to find a spiritual item. That way, I'll have a chance to reach 7th ring." Lei Xingfeng was shocked. This person was also very powerful. If he found a spirit item, it would be difficult to fight once he had 7 rings. Although the two of them looked friendly, they both knew that Ai Yao was wary of Lei Xingfeng's fighting skills and didn't think highly of his strength. However, things would be completely different if he advanced to 7 ring. No matter how good Lei Xingfeng's fighting skills were, it was useless. The simple logic was that he couldn't shake his opponent at all. Xian Feng understood that in this world, the stronger, the better. Fortunately, Lei Xingfeng still had 4 Lei-yin pills that hadn't overlapped. He didn't need to waste any effort to find any phase. As long as the restrictions in the Lei-yin pills met the requirements, he would be able to advance. This was his absolute advantage. Therefore, as long as Lei Xingfeng cultivated step by step, his achievements wouldn't be bad. Other than Lei Xingfeng and Ai Yao, the others automatically kept a distance from each other. They were very wary of each other. The reason why Ai Yao didn't chase Lei Xingfeng away was because he knew that this little guy was difficult to deal with. Moreover, Lei Xingfeng came over with a smile, so he didn't have a chance to flare up. After chatting for a while, the two of them let go. Ai Yao understood that Lei Xingfeng wouldn't attack him. However, Lei Xingfeng didn't even think about this problem. He just wanted to know what was going on. After understanding the situation, Lei Xingfeng also became serious. No matter what, he had to go in and take a look. He said, "Hey, what's the name of this place?" Ai Yao said, "You can call me Old AI, Master AI, or Senior AI, but don't call me Hey." Lei Xingfeng smiled. Okay, Old AI, what's the name of this place?" Ai Yao shook his head helplessly and said, "It doesn't have a name." Lei Xingfeng said, "How is that possible? What do you usually call this place?" Ai Yao said, "Nameless Peak. It just doesn't have a name." Lei Xingfeng was speechless. He didn't expect this place to have such a name. Nameless Peak. Ai Yao looked at Lei Xingfeng's speechless appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Then, he quickened his pace and walked forward. Lei Xingfeng was just about to follow when Ai Yao said, "This place is for single people. Don't come over. Let's go our separate ways." As he spoke, he laughed. Then he said, "Hee, kid, once you go in, you will know." Lei Xingfeng stopped and thought to himself, "There are such rules. No, there are such restrictions?" His curiosity was piqued. He waited until Ai Yao was far away before he slowly followed. As for Ai Yao's last sentence, he didn't take it to heart. The restrictions around them were getting closer and closer. It was a funnel-shaped restriction. Only by following the path formed by the boulders would one not touch the restrictions. Soon, Lei Xingfeng saw restriction nodes flying out from the restrictions. The restrictions on both sides were interconnected. The restriction nodes were constantly moving. When one walked over, they would touch these restriction nodes. If one continued to walk forward and touched enough restriction nodes, it would cause a chain reaction. Lei Xingfeng looked at AI Yao in front of him. In just a moment, AI Yao suddenly disappeared. Lei Xingfeng felt the fluctuation of the spatial restriction. He was teleported away by the restriction. This was extremely fast. Even with Lei Xingfeng's eyesight, he almost didn't see the problem. However, Lei Xingfeng still saw the mystery. This was a spatial restriction method. There was no danger. Therefore, he walked forward without worry. Lei Xingfeng could clearly see the restriction nodes colliding with his real body. He secretly calculated. When the restriction nodes were touched many times, the restrictions on both sides would start to fluctuate intensely. He felt that this was a short-distance teleportation. Instantly, the restrictions were activated. Lei Xingfeng was teleported out. Because the distance was very short, Lei Xingfeng's real body paused for a moment. He arrived at a new place. It was a huge rock platform. Above it was an extremely steep cliff. Below it was a bottomless cliff. Far below it, there was a layer of clouds floating. Lei Xingfeng suddenly reacted. He should be halfway up the nameless mountain. Although the mountain was tall, he didn't think it was very big. However, from the looks of it now, this mountain was terrifyingly huge. If one looked at this place from the foot of the mountain, it might just look like a crease in the rocks. But when one stood here, one would know how big this place was. After looking around for a moment, Lei Xingfeng realized that he only had one path. He had to walk along the platform on the cliff. After trying to contact the mirror realm, Lei Xingfeng could clearly feel that he could return at any time. He immediately felt relieved. Of course, there was only one path now. He could only walk along it. After walking for about 10 minutes, a huge crack appeared on the huge cliff. This crack was at least 300 meters wide. Lei Xingfeng turned around and walked in. Logically speaking, it should be quite cramped to walk here with his real body. However, this mountain was really too big. Even if Lei Xingfeng walked with his real body, which was more than 100 meters tall, it was still more than enough. Lei Xingfeng kept observing the two cliffs. Soon, he saw all kinds of strange symbols on the cliff. Some were densely packed, while others were sparse. The color was completely different from the color of the cliff. The cliff was dark, but the symbols were dark blue. Lei Xingfeng stared at them for a long time. He was disheartened to find that he couldn't understand these symbols. He couldn't understand them at all. This was the first time in his life that he had come across such strange symbols. After looking at them for a long time, Lei Xingfeng still couldn't make sense of them. After thinking about it, Lei Xingfeng could only take out the star python record and carefully copy them. These symbols and diagrams were extremely unfamiliar, something Xian Feng did not expect at all. Both sides of the cliff had them, and along the way there were even more symbols, and towards the end, Xian Feng was starting to get annoyed. Lei Xingfeng knew that this wasn't a good time to stay here. Gradually, Lei Xingfeng discovered a secret. Every time he walked a short distance, a restriction node would land on his real body. In such a short distance, many restriction nodes would accumulate on his body. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng simply stopped and started to study why restriction nodes would land on his body. With a glance, he saw a huge restriction in the sky. Countless restriction nodes were moving in the sky. In other words, he couldn't fly out or leave through the sky. However, what were these sporadic restriction nodes? As he walked, he analyzed. These restriction nodes were all spatial restrictions. Lei Xingfeng couldn't find an answer for the time being. He could only put them aside and continue to record the diagrams and symbols on the cliff. As he recorded, he began to understand that these diagrams and symbols seemed to be related to restrictions. However, these diagrams and symbols were too unfamiliar. For the time being, Lei Xingfeng couldn't understand them. This canyon crack was quite long. However, Lei Xingfeng walked as he recorded. Soon, he reached the end. Then, Lei Xingfeng was dumbfounded. There was no way to go to the end. This was a path that couldn't lead to the outside. However, at this moment, Lei Xingfeng noticed that a large number of restriction nodes had landed and gathered on his real body. Moreover, there were more and more of them. Lei Xingfeng pondered for a moment and waited motionlessly. Sure enough, after waiting for about half an hour, a large number of restriction nodes had gathered. In an instant, the restriction was activated and Lei Xingfeng was teleported away. In the blink of an eye, Lei Xingfeng arrived at another place. The surroundings were pitch black. A thunder ball flew out and lit up the surroundings in an instant. This was a huge cave. Even though Lei Xingfeng had released his real body, he could still feel the vastness of this cave. It was 1,000 meters wide and 300 to 400 meters tall. The ground was full of rocks. If he hadn't released his real body, these rocks would have been huge rocks. However, to his huge real body, these rocks were just rocks. Lei Xingfeng strode forward. As his huge feet stepped on the ground, cracking sounds could be heard. The rocks under his feet were crushed by the pressure of his huge real body. Lei Xingfeng walked very slowly and didn't dare to withdraw his real body. Who knew what was here? Chapter 9:14. The cracking sounds spread far and wide, reverberating back and forth in the cave. Lei Xingfeng continuously shot out dozens of lightning balls. The blinding light flashed, illuminating the surroundings. Through the illumination of the lightning balls, Lei Xingfeng could clearly see his surroundings. He could not help but gasp. The space here was too big. Moreover, Lei Xingfeng knew that he was definitely in the belly of Nameless Mountain. There were no signs of restrictions around him. He immediately knew that he had been thrown here by a spatial restriction. Interesting. Lei Xingfeng was sure that this place was interesting. Hence, he continued walking forward. Cracking sounds echoed throughout the cave. Suddenly, Lei Xingfeng stepped on the ground. In an instant, one of his thighs sank into the ground. Then, cracking sounds rang out. His entire body stopped and fell. This speed was so fast that Lei Xingfeng could not react in time. In a flash, he understood that he had fallen into the tunnel below. Half of his body had gone down, but his upper body was still in the tunnel above. This was because Lei Xingfeng had 2 arms supporting him. What was worse was that Lei Xingfeng's 2 legs did not feel the ground. In other words, the lower half of his body was suspended in the air. 2 giant legs kicked randomly. Lei Xingfeng knew that the tunnel below should be similar to the one above. It was probably also a large tunnel. Lei Xingfeng pulled his arms back and slid down the collapsed hole. His 2 giant hands hooked onto the edge of the hole. At this moment, his giant head was already below the hole. Below was not a tunnel, but a huge hole. Lei Xingfeng looked down and could not help but feel a chill. It was too high. Even he did not know if his real body would break if he fell. Silver light flickered in his eyes. He could see the scene below clearly. They were all tall and dense stalagmite. It felt like a huge trap. Lei Xingfeng was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. However, he saw clearly and had a way to deal with it. There were no restrictions around, so he quickly withdrew his real body. In an instant, his real body fell. Lei Xingfeng circled in the air and flew up. Looking at the giant stalagmites that were a few meters in diameter, Lei Xingfeng could not help but look up. He was thousands of meters away. Facing so many stalagmites, even his real body would not be able to block them. He did not know if his real body could block the stalagmites, but he did not want to try. Lei Xingfeng landed slowly and reached out to pat the stalagmite. He smiled. Although he was shocked, the stalagmites in front of him were supreme grade. He released his real body. When his huge real body appeared, the stalagmites around him were immediately broken. These stalagmites were 50 to 60 meters long. Lei Xingfeng bent down and grabbed a huge stalagmite. At the broken part, he saw flashing crystals. These were the energy crystals of the stalagmite. The outer layer was only a thin stone shell. Lei Xingfeng did not look carefully and immediately began to collect these stalagmite. He broke them one by one and stored them in the mirror world. This area of stalagmites was 2 to 3,000 square meters. The ground was covered with stalagmites. Lei Xingfeng spent 2 days to collect all of them. As for the energy crystals buried underground, he did not care about them. There were so many energy crystals that it was enough to compensate for the energy used to advance. Some of the supreme-grade energy crystals were stored in Lei Yin. This was a large hole with no tunnels around it. Actually, according to Xianfeng's point of view, this was a super-large trap. The stalagmites on the ground were no different from the thorns in the trap. If one didn't die after falling down, then they would be rich, but if they died, then they would be nothing. Lei Xingfeng flew up and returned to the original passage. This time, he was much more careful and released his real body. This place was too strange, especially the symbols on the cliff. Lei Xingfeng felt that they were unfathomable. Therefore, he became unusually cautious. After walking for about an hour along the passage, Lei Xingfeng suddenly saw a white dot in the distance. As he moved forward, the dot grew bigger. Lei Xingfeng was secretly happy. This must be an exit. Sure enough, Lei Xingfeng walked for a while and arrived at the exit. This was a huge canyon. The bottom was 2 kilometers wide, and the cliffs on both sides reached into the clouds. He could even see the clouds above the cliff. The canyon was dark and damp, and there was a stream at the bottom. Looking carefully, Lei Xingfeng found a large number of restriction nodes. He could not go up. Lei Xingfeng understood almost immediately. The top should be restricted. He could not go up, which meant that there were only 2 paths. He could either go left or right at the 2 ends of the canyon. Lei Xingfeng set the coordinates, chose a path at random, and walked down. His real body was huge, so his walking speed was not slow. Each step covered dozens of meters. Even if he wanted to slow down, he could not. Lei Xingfeng looked at the cliffs to see if there were any symbols or patterns. Unfortunately, there was nothing here. Stepping down, a large footprint appeared on the ground. Xianfeng noticed that other than his own, there were no other footprints, which meant that this was the first time someone had entered this place. Lei Xingfeng walked along, still puzzled. There seemed to be nothing here. After turning a corner, he saw that the ground was full of boulders. Of course, under his huge real body, these boulders were just ordinary stones. These stones formed a slope, bounded by 2 cliffs. If he did not climb this slope, he would not be able to pass. Lei Xingfeng did not hesitate and stepped on it. With a loud crash, the entire stone slope collapsed. Lei Xingfeng did not even have time to curse before he was pushed back by the huge boulder. In an instant, half of his real body was buried. He struggled to climb out. Fortunately, his real body was buried. Lei Xingfeng still had the strength to struggle. If his real body was buried, he would have to return to the mirror world and then come back. Of course, that was if he was not injured. After climbing out, Lei Xingfeng looked at the slope formed by the boulders. He hesitated. Should he fly up with his real body or rely on his real body to climb up? Lei Xingfeng did not dare to withdraw his real body. This was too big of a variable. As his strength increased, he became more and more aware that his real body and real body were 2 completely different things. The real body's defense and fighting power could not be compared at all. The difference was like heaven and earth. If he could avoid using his real body, he would try his best not to climb. Lei Xingfeng could only make this decision. He climbed up. This slope was very steep and made of boulders. If he climbed with his real body, it would not be a big problem. However, climbing with his real body was a big problem. There were no other problems, but the weight of his real body was really frightening. After climbing a third of the way up, the entire slope collapsed again. Lei Xingfeng was so angry that he screamed. Along with the rolling boulders, he slid down to the bottom again. This time, even his head was half buried. Lei Xingfeng knew that it was impossible to climb up like this. Helplessly, he could only withdraw his real body and fly up with his real body. However, when flying, he had to be extra careful. Who knew if there were other dangers? It was much better to use his real body. The smallest boulder here was 1 meter tall. If it was a normal person, climbing would be a bit of a problem. However, Lei Xingfeng could fly, so he quickly climbed to the top. Standing on a boulder, Lei Xingfeng could not help but laugh. He was really too careful. Before this thought flashed through his mind, his body seemed to sink in an instant. Then, the slope collapsed from the top. Lei Xingfeng was scared and hurriedly jumped up. Before he could fly, he found countless restriction nodes rushing down. Lei Xingfeng thought quickly and returned to the mirror realm. Less than 2 seconds after Lei Xingfeng disappeared, a black hole appeared where he was. If Lei Xingfeng could see it, he would definitely be scared to death. This was a killing technique of the spatial restriction. Once touched, even the real body would be sucked in. The black hole appeared for less than a second and disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The boulders also disappeared. After a while, the smoke and dust settled. The slope and boulders were completely gone, leaving behind a flat ground. Lei Xingfeng used the mirror realm and returned to the bottom of the slope, not far away, in an instant. He watched the entire slope collapse and disappear. Then, smoke and dust billowed. When it calmed down, not a single boulder could be seen. The ground was flat. He broke out in cold sweat. What the hell was this? Lei Xingfeng had no choice but to release his real body again and carefully walk along the path. This time, there were no accidents. Along the way, the slope was completely flat. He did not know where the boulders went. After passing the slope, Lei Xingfeng walked forward. The cliffs on both sides were closer and the path became narrower. Gradually, it became a narrow path. Lei Xingfeng's real body started to find it difficult to walk. His shoulders occasionally brushed against the cliff. Lei Xingfeng had to stop. If he continued to walk like this, his real body would not be able to pass. Walk with his real body? Lei Xingfeng was a little hesitant. However, he quickly made up his mind. The rapid changes at the top of the slope and Lei Xingfeng's escape with the mirror realm gave him a lot of confidence. Therefore, he was not against using this method to escape. Lei Xingfeng clenched his teeth and recalled his real body. He was very clear how fragile his real body was. Following the narrow passage, Xianfeng carefully walked down. Very quickly, Xianfeng stopped in his tracks. He was shocked as there was actually a trap in front of him. Others may not be able to see it, but he could see it clearly. It was a space restriction. Lei Xingfeng's eyelids twitched. It was a very simple spatial killing array. If he released his real body, this spatial killing array would be useless. He could rely on his real body to block it. After all, it was a very simple spatial killing array. However, his real body could not block it. This spatial killing array could crush his body. Lei Xingfeng had a question in his heart. This spatial restriction could not stop him, but was there another restriction in the narrow path? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.